Sound check, sound check. Sound check 1 2.
Uh, this. Kaselelia Maingo. And I think it's already 10 o'clock, so in the program it says that we start our opening ceremony at 10. So we'll go ahead and start the short program for this morning. Iyang o Kaselelia Maingo. Mogatin, Rananim, then mo everyone. My name is Johnny Beater, and I will be your MC for the 2025 National Law Day celebration. As this event is streamed live throughout the nation, I would like to foremost begin my state introduction by acknowledging the grace of our Almighty God for the wondrous gift of life on and each and every one of us. I now yield paramount reverence and respect to traditional leaders of the nation, to them who have weaved tightly our cultures that tie our union as a people of Micronesia. In that same regard, I give my utmost respect to His Excellency Wesley W. Simina, our honored President of the Federated States of Micronesia and First Lady, to Honorable Vice President Aaron Balik and Mrs. Balik. My respect to Honorable Esmond B. Moses, Speaker of the 24th Congress of the Federated States of Micronesia, and your spouses. Because today is specially marked as the foundational birthing or the establishment of our very own judicial system in the Federated States of Micronesia, I dedicate adoration and unyielding respect to the Honorable Justice Bulin Garl Worswick, Acting Chief Justice of the FSM Supreme Court, and to the Honorable Associate Justice Larry Wentworth, and to W. Balik, Governor of the Koshai State, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor R.D.G. Nena, and to Honorable Pastor Simeon J. Phillips, Speaker of the 13th Koshai State Legislature, and all honorable members of Koshai State Legislature. In that same context, my utmost respect to Chief Justice of Koshai State Court, Honorable Edmond Salik, and all Honorable Associate Justices of Koshai State Judiciary. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. I would at this time acknowledge and give my respect to the Honorable Chairman of the Committee of Resource and Development of the 24th FSM Congress, Senator John Sonny Asher, who will be in a short while giving a keynote address. Let us not forget that FSM Judiciary as a network of supporters and key participants who dynamically nurture into the operation of this branch through their membership in the Bar Association. To them, we tip our hats to their significance. Last, but most certainly not the least, I give my respect to our hardworking, accomplished young debaters, to their coaches and their parents, and to all guests and spectators of today's commemoration ceremony. To the people of Koshai, thank you for hosting the 2025 National Law Day celebration. On this day, July 12, 2025, the FSM Judiciary marked in its operative calendar its 44th birthday. 44th year of toil and continued refinement and legal development. Of this duration, the nation has been celebrating this Fennier Day with annual debate for the past 34 years on stimulating and interesting topics of governance and legal substances. This event in itself is a strong testament of the significant and success of this annual project sponsored by the FSM Supreme Court. Young debaters and us have gone on becoming prominent members of our nation. The National Law Day debate is not just a mock debate, but the debate topics are selected and are based on significant events to the nation during the year of that debate. We believe that topics debated have been helped shape complex issues in our nation. This annual debate has helped shape the decision-making of our nation, as many of those former debaters have become political leaders of this nation. Others, they became teachers, some became lawyers, and some also now staff of the FSM Supreme Court or also the other state courts. We are very much honored that we have all gathered today to celebrate or honor this very important day. This year, we have debaters from all the FSM 4 states, yet, if we look back, that is development itself in the Law Day. Over the years, the National Law Day Committee has tried to make changes in improving this mission. So recently, the committee allowed the state with more than 5 teams that participated at the state level debate to have 2 teams compete at the national level. So this year, in the brochure, the booklet that we have, you can see that Bombay, they has 2 teams, and so does Chuk. And next year, we're looking at the rotation. The Law Day debate for next year will be in Yap. So we encourage State of Yap to work with the other islands to bring in more schools so that you can have more debate prepared for next year. And at the end of each debate, we believe and we say that you are all winners. Being selected to participate at the national, you are all winners. And the benefit also, the National Law Day Debate Committee, they issue scholarship for all the students to be main debaters, alternates, and laptop to all debaters, alternate, and the coach. So that's the history of the National Law Day celebration. And that brings us to start our short program for this morning. And I would like to now at this time invite the National Police for the raising of the colors and also the Funeral Sisters for the singing of the national anthem. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise for the flag raising. Thank you, and you may be seated. Thank you, Finena Sisters and the National Police for the performance. Before we continue on to our short program this morning, uh, as you can see, we are in a newly renovated extension for the FSM Supreme Court Conference Room. So, as we all are Micronesian, by tradition, we need to bless before we use, and this is our custom and tradition. So, at this time, we will a special proceeding, and I would like to call upon Pastor Simeon Che Philip, Speaker of the 13th Congress of the Kushari Legislature, for the invocation.
And to all of our fellow FSM citizens listening in from throughout the nation. As the MC has said, this prayer is to ask for the Lord's blessing on our program this morning, and also that He blesses the facility that we are using at the moment. Let us all go to the Lord in prayer. Today we bow before you, our holy, eternal, and loving God, with hearts ever so grateful for who you are, for what you have done, and for what you are yet to do. We thank you for bringing us all together this morning, for granting traveling mercies to those among us who have come from abroad to be here in this place, for bestowing upon us all the blessing of rest of the previous night, allowing for the renewal of our strength, so we can all face what lay ahead for us in this new and wonderful day that you have made for us. Thank you for reminding us to look to you before we begin our work today and in the days to follow. Lord, as we again gather in observance of what we have purposed this week for, the Rule of Law Week here in the FSM, allow that we all be reminded that it is your will for all of mankind to live in peace and harmony with one another, and that to attain this, man has to govern his affairs with rules and laws that are founded on the divinely bestowed principles hallowed in your holy scriptures, that we all love one another, and that we each do unto others as we would have others do unto us. For you love us all the same, and have endowed unto each of us the right to live in peace and in joyful fellowship with you all our days. As we pray these words, Lord, we must again offer our praises to you for instilling in the hearts of that alone can grant us all of this in their truest sense. Father, we thank you for allowing that we again attach to our observance the participation of our young people, the future leaders of this nation, as they engage in debate today and the days to follow. We ask that you humble their hearts to respect one another, but give them all the wisdom and the strength to present their arguments with clarity. Let their participation in these events be a rewarding experience, one that will instill in them the conviction to be respectful of the laws of this nation and everywhere they go in this world, and to be respectful of the rights of their fellow men. We pray also for the facilitators and the judges. Allow that the facilitators be able to know when guidance and instructions are needed by the debaters, and grant upon the judges the discernment to be able to see the true merits of the arguments that will be presented, so that the decisions they make are based entirely on the debaters' performances. Father, the joy of our celebrations and observance this week is magnified as we realize a manifestation of your divine provisions for us. For our celebrations this week is an occasion to also mark the successful completion of this facility, a conference room, a research facility to complement the services our court system renders to our people. It is with your divine help that this project could progress from its inception to its completion. And so we thank you for all those who have played a part in this project and for keeping safe those who labored in its construction. We now ask for your blessings upon this facility and over all who enter it. We pray that it will be a place where wisdom is enhanced so that justice can prevail. May it be a place where your light shines, illuminating the minds of those who seek its services. We pray all this in the name of your Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Speaker. And at this time, I would like to call upon the Director of Wisdom Supreme Court, Director Emiliana Musashi-Carr, for a few words. Director.
Thank you, Johnny. Before I begin, I would like to join the MC as well as Pastor in giving thanks and grace to our Almighty. My respect to the owner of the land in which we stand, to the religious faith speaker, Keynote speaker, Asher and Yostin Sikra with us. Thank you for joining us. My respect to the acting Chief Justice. She's actually joining us virtually. Governor, Speaker, and Pastor Philip, and all the members of the Koshai State Legislature. They are with us today. Thank you for coming. And also to thank the legislature, Koshai State Legislature, for allowing, they provided rooms for our debaters to accommodate the debaters while they're waiting for their turn. So thank you, Speaker. Chief Justice Salik, Associate Justice Sigra, my respect to you. Associate Justice Alexa, Principal Judge Timothy, Associate Justice Wakuk, Keynote Speaker Asher, Pastor Skilling. Recognize the 2025 National Law Day Committee who worked very, very hard in organizing this event. Recognizing our state and local government leaders, I understand there are mayors that are here with us today. So thank you for being here. The court staff, national as well as the state, Koshai State and Koshai Land Court staff that are here. Our debaters who are very excited, can't wait to start. The coaches. We have parents that are here for these debaters. Some of them are joining us virtually. The women, the youth, organizations, civil society, everyone, the citizen of the very states of Micronesia, thank you all for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a blessing. It is a blessing to be here in Koshai. This conference room, though it's not 100% completed, it is customary that when we use a facility for the first time, that we honor it with a blessing. So thank you very much, Pastor, Speaker, for honoring that. We cannot think of a better time to have this. We're very fortunate that this blessing, the blessing of this conference room, happened, and we are celebrating the anniversary of the court, the judiciaries, as well as the 34th year of our celebrating the FSM National Law Day debate. I should also mention that there are actually former debaters, champions that are sitting among us, and they traveled here as well to join us. So thank you for those of you who are here. So this facility is a joint office facility for the FSM and the state judiciaries. It is a testimony of the good relationship by the two governments, the two branches. Over the years, the two courts have shared facility. We have shared personnel. We have maintained the respect and the unity, and we do look forward to continuing and cementing this relationship. So on behalf of the FSM Judiciary, I would like to convey a message from the Acting Chief Justice, Bulin Carl Worswick, a big thank you to the state of Koshai, the Koshai State Judiciary. And it's also proper that I also give recognition to the FSM President and FSM Congress for approving the funding of this project, and of course, funding the Law Day. So congratulations. In addition to this new conference room, we have a 75 kVA generator that should be able to run the recording system during power outages. And if you haven't noticed, you are now on Starlink. So that should improve your internet. So without further ado, thank you again. Congratulations, and let's start the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And at this time, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Dolenza W. Balik, Governor of Koshai State, for the welcoming remarks.
Wala di singkat ke mau las masimet. Pani ko usta kayo. Macam sama itu kau tukuk. Kafulan pani yakin tafu ya ko. Hatu ya ke yang betul se pensi mungkin nilai apa lak. Nanan ko saya na si usta kayo. It is with great pleasure and honor for me to have this opportunity to be here with you all this morning. My job is to represent my people on behalf of the people of Koshai and of course the leadership of Koshai to welcome each and every one of you to the state of Koshai. This is your home away from home for the next couple of days. So please enjoy your short stay with us, and if there is anything that we can do, you are already champions. Restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. I have just one thing to say about the topic for this year. It is very timely. It is very timely because of our customs and traditions. We are a faith-based country. So I hope that you do your best, give us ideas on how to move forward with our policies and our laws. Thank you and welcome again to the state of Koshai.
Thank you, Governor. And at this time, please join me in welcoming Jesse Mikel, the Assistant Attorney General from the FSM Department of Justice, for the reading of Presidential Proclamation. Mr. Mikel.
Thank you very much, MC. I would also like to express my sincere respects to our Heavenly Father for all His continued blessings and guidance up to this point. All protocols observed. My sincere respects, Michael, Assistant Attorney General from the FSM Department of Justice, and I have been tasked to read the Presidential Proclamation for us today. But before I do that, let me just, on behalf of the Executive Branch, express our sincere thanks and appreciation to the FSM Supreme Court and FSM Congress for your support and dedication to organizing this very important annual event for this year, 2025. So the Presidential Proclamation, July 12, 2025, as National Law Day. Whereas on July 12, 1965, the Congress of Micronesia was convened as the first indigenous lawmaking body for its people, the people of the Micronesian region. And whereas on July 12, 1975, the first Micronesian Constitutional Convention was convened. And whereas on July 12, 1978, the citizens of the Federated States of Micronesia approved the FSM Constitution, thereby giving birth to the new nation. And whereas on July 12, 1981, the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia was inaugurated as the highest court of this nation. And whereas, in observance of the significant legal and national events that have occurred in the history of this nation on the 12th day of July, the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia commemorates this special day as one in which high school students throughout the nation are called upon to engage in public debate over national issues of legal, political, and economic significance. And whereas the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia will host this year's winners of the debates from each state to compete at the National Law Day debate on July 12, 2025 in the state of Kosrae. Now, therefore, I, Wesley W. Simina, President of the Federated States of Micronesia, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the Federated States of Micronesia, do hereby proclaim July 12, 2025 as National Law Day in the Federated States of Micronesia, and encourage all citizens, residents, both foreign and local governments, schools, private institutions, and businesses to commemorate this day in ways that promote and advocate respect for justice, the rule of law, and good governance. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and have fixed my signature hereto this 30th day of June in the year 2025. Signed, Wesley W. Simina, President of the Federated States of Micronesia. Thank you, and I wish you all the best in this year's celebrations for the National Law Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miguel. And at this time, it is with great honor to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, the young boys and girls that the nation call upon to participate in this year's National Law Debate. So I will, at this time, introduce each of the teams, and when I call your name, please stand for recognition. So we will begin with the Chuk Team 1. Debaters are Naila Kialoa Eliza, Summer Mori, and Mayumi Lamango. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name incorrect. And they are coached by Michael Canas. And they're from Saraman Chuk Academy representing Chuk State. Thank you, Chuk Team 1. And now introducing Chuk Team 2. Debaters are Hainas Pangklinlan Poichang and Maya Miyoko Yasu. And their alternate is Trinity Irisoram. And they are coached by Chris Yumarak. Sorry if I pronounced your name incorrect. And they're from Xavier High School, and they're Chuk Team 1. And now introducing Bombay Team 1. It is the debaters, Karishma Ball, Jasmine Rose Ringland. Introducing Bombay Team 2. Debaters are Tony Pretrick and Shane Overoff, Sean, and their alternate is Noah Panuelo. And they are coached by Leighton S. Edward. And from the state of Yap, their debaters are Martin Edeliong Richard and Anthony Rutmark. And their alternate is Irene Southwark. And they are coached by Charlene Wioch. Yes, sorry for that. Thank you, Team Yap. And now introducing the hosting state, which is Koshai State. And the debaters are Priya Iconet, and Fidelina Selina Masidiboya, and their alternate is Oleander Kinere, and they are coached by Lena George. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the young, hardworking boys and girls that the nation call upon to debate on the topic that says, be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict the access to all online social media platforms from minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. So next in our program, I would like to at this time call upon the Chief Clerk of Courts, Sandy Albert, to introduce our today's keynote speaker.
Kulakaksakin God. Kaya ako pala nalalmasich na kayo. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to introduce our keynote speaker of the 2025 FSM National Law Day debate. This gentleman is from this island, Koshai, and from the municipality of Tevansak. In 1982, he graduated 8th grade as a valedictorian. 4 years later, he graduated from the Koshai High School as a salutatorian. From 1986 to 1988, he attended Eastern Arizona College, majoring in Administration of Justice and Criminal Justice. He later attended the COM FSM in 1996 and received a certificate in business math. From 1999 to 2002, he attended University of South Pacific School of Law in Vanuatu and graduated cum laude with a LLB degree, which is equivalent to Bachelor's of Law degree. In 2003 to 2020, in 2003 to 2004, he attended the same University of South Pacific School of Law in Vanuatu for his Master of Law degree. For his professional employment history, our keynote speaker started as a police officer for Colonial Town Government from 1989 to 1990. He later became a police officer for the Kushai State Government in 1990 until 1992. From 1992 to 1994, he was the ombudsman for the Kushai State Court. From 1994 to 1999, he was appointed as a liaison officer for Kushai State Government. He then interned at FSM Department of Justice for 1 year, ending in 2003. In 2004, for 2 years, he was employed as Chief Legal Counsel for the Pohnpei Supreme Court. On June 1, 2006, our keynote speaker was admitted as a member of the FSM Bar Association. From 2007 to 2012, he became an Assistant Attorney General at the FSM Department of Justice. In 2012 to 2015, he moved back home to Kushai to be a legal counsel for the Kushai State Legislature. From October 2015 to February 2023, our keynote speaker returned to the FSM Department of Justice as an Assistant Attorney General. From 2023 to 2024, he assumed the position of Attorney General for the state of Kushai. In 2024, he was elected by the people of Kushai as a 2-year senator of the 23rd FSM Congress. March of 2025, he was re-elected by the people of Kushai as a 2-year senator of the current 24th FSM Congress. I want to add that our keynote speaker represented the state of Kushai to the 4th FSM Constitutional Convention in 2020 and also represented Devonsack Municipality to the 4th Kushai Constitutional Convention held immediately before the FSM Constitutional Convention. Our keynote speaker today is blessed with wife Dionisia Lynn Bernard Asher, 8 children, and 7 grandchildren. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome to the stage our keynote speaker for the 2025 National Law Day debate, the Honorable Congressman Johnson A. Asher.
This is not TikTok. Duo Kasilili Maing Rananim Mokitin. I'm very humbled and honored to be here.
Kulo na singkat ki wala na lal, lang silal na siya shkaywa. We should always rejoice in our Lord for everything. We should give thanks to Him in all circumstances. We should, for it is His will, otherwise nothing. And I think it is His will that we are still, for lack of better words, alive and kicking today. Did you enjoy this major event? Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens, before I delve into the core of my keynote address, please allow me a little time for formalities. My utmost respect to His Excellency President Simina in absentia, Vice President Balik in absentia, Speaker Moses and the members of the FSM Congress, and Acting Chief Justice Bulin Carl Worswick, who may not be here but probably tune in connected virtually. Thanks to these people who are behind the scene, making sure that this event happened today. Governor Dalenja Balik, Lieutenant Governor Ardilena, cabinet members of the executive branch of the Koshai State Legislature, Koshai State Government, Speakers Simeon Philip, Vice Speaker Selbash Tilves, Floor Leader Andy Andrew, and honorable members of the Koshai State Legislature, Chief Justice Edmund Zalik, Associate Justice Rensley Sikra, and Associate Justice Alexa B. Alexa, Principal Judge Timothy Robinson Timothy, Associate Judge Marciano Wagik, Legal Counsel Kirsten Jackson, and my respect to Madam Chair Congresswoman Yoselin Sikra, who is here with us today. Thank you. Associate Justice Larry Wentworth, Associate Justice Chang B. William of the FSM Supreme Court. Ooh, that was mouthful. Excuse me. Director Emilina Carl Mashashik, Chief Clerk of Courts Sandy Elpert, Jesse S. Miguel from the FSM Department of Justice, all staff of the Koshai State Court and FSM Supreme Court, mayors and councilmen of the 4 municipal governments of Koshai State, church leaders, members of the civil society, participating schools, coaches, debaters, members of the organizing or the debate committee, and all of whom who are present today or tune in today for this 2025 FSM National Law Day. Thank you again all for your gracing this event with your presence today, whether physically or virtually. As read out by Assistant Attorney Miguel, His Excellency President Wesley Simina has proclaimed July 12, 2025 as the FSM National Law Day. We know that July 12 is tomorrow, but we have commenced our celebration today. If you are wondering why July 12, then you also heard from the proclamation the long answer, why July 12. But the short answer is, and as alluded to previously too, it is essentially because on July 12, 1978, that is when our people ratify the FSM Constitution. It is also because of July 12, 1981, is the day that our FSM Supreme Court was established and began its national functions. So we are here basically celebrating the 47th anniversary of the ratification of the FSM Constitution and the 43rd inaugural anniversary of the FSM Supreme Court. July 12 is therefore a significant day in the history of the development of our legal system and a pivotal milestone in FSM legal history. As part of the celebration of the FSM National Day, we hold this annual Law Day debate, the highlight of today and tomorrow, providing our young high school students opportunities to engage in intense debate exercises of real and often complex issues. This, in a nutshell, is why we are here today. So, happy 47th anniversary of the ratification of the FSM Constitution, and happy 43rd inaugural anniversary of the FSM Supreme Court. We deserve a big round of applause for today. Now let's get to the exciting part of the day, the debates. But before we get there, I would like to share some comments before. But first of all, I wish to thank all the schools that have participated in the state debates leading up to the 4 teams left representing each of the states of this nation. I said 4 teams, but I know there's more than 4 teams, so excuse me for that part. I want to say that you are all champions by mere effort or just participating. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank the organizing debate committee to have selected a debate theme that to me is not only pragmatic to address, but also very crucial. And I think Governor Balik alluded to that. Now, I do not wish to spoil the excitement of the debate, but I would like to offer my personal views and insight because I think this is a very crucial issue for us to address. And to me, that issue is whether or not we need to regulate and control the minors' access to social media. To me, it is indubious that this is a pressing issue that affects our youth and the fabric of our society. In recent years, social media has become an intrinsic part of our lives, connecting us like never before. However, it also presents profound challenges, especially for our children, who are increasingly today exposed to its dangers. I think it is imperative that we understand the psychological impacts of social media on young minds. I understand there are studies that already indicate that excessive use of social media can lead to anxiety, depression, and feelings of inadequacy among teens. When young people compare themselves to the idealized lives portrayed online, they often experience diminished self-esteem. Young minds, we know, are very impressionable, and therefore it is our responsibility to safeguard them from unhealthy comparisons and harmful narratives. Social media platforms are often a breeding ground for cyberbullying, and we all know that. We've seen this a lot. But unlike traditional bullying, online harassment follows children into their homes, offering no respite. Victims of cyberbullying may experience ongoing torment, leading to severe emotional distress. I do believe that regulating minors' access to such platforms, we can mitigate the risk of bullying and create a safer online environment for our children. There is also the matter of privacy and data exploitation. And many social media platforms collect personal information, turning innocent users into data points for advertisers. Minors, often unaware of the implications, may share sensitive information, jeopardizing their privacy. We need, through legal measures, find ways to establish clearer guidelines for data protection, ensuring that children's information is not exploited. We must also consider the content exposure. We know that social media is rife with inappropriate content, from violence to explicit materials. While many platforms have age restrictions, these measures are often inadequate. So regulation may be crucial to enforce stricter age verification methods and restrict access to harmful content that negatively influence young users. Moreover, the addictive nature of social media requires our attention. And this I see at my house. I see many platforms are designed to maximize users' engagement, often bullying young people into endless scrolls that can disrupt their daily lives. And I've given you my personal example. Now, we need not only through legal means, but also by house rules, your own rules at the house. Implement guidelines that promote healthier usage patterns and encourage time limits for minors. That said, regulation does not equate to censorship. It is about creating a balanced approach that nurtures safe, responsible usage while promoting digital literacy. I believe that education is the key. By teaching children how to navigate social media responsibly, we empower them to make informed decisions about their online presence. To effectively regulate minors' access to social media, we must collaborate as a community. It requires parents, educators, lawmakers, even the tech companies. We need to advocate for policies that protect our youth, implement educational programs about digital literacy, and promote, in conclusion, while social media offers unparalleled opportunities for connection and communication, we cannot ignore its risk, particularly for our children. It is timely, like the governor said, for us to take action. Let us advocate for comprehensive laws, policies, regulations, or even house rules that protect minors, foster a positive online environment, and empower our youth to engage with social media in a healthy, informed manner. I do believe that together we can create a safer digital landscape for future generations.
Thank you, Congressman Asher. At this time, I would like to invite the call upon the Honorable Chang B. Williams for the closing remarks, Associate Justice of the FSM Supreme Court.
Glonashingat, Masimetin we pray, Shamramin Keslakilena. By fall, Kadin Kaksakanal, Katretna Balakan, Langkalang, Lal Wikat, Karangingat, Akin Choyakat, Kaisi, Belnagayo. Moketin, Rananim, Lenwo. My respect to of island dignitaries, Associate Justice Larry Wentworth of the FSM Supreme Court, Assistant Attorney General Jesse Mikkel, representing the Office of the President and His Excellency Wesley Simena, Mr. Jesse Stutt, representing the FSM Congress and Speaker Esmond Moses, Senator Johnson Asher, our keynote speaker, and Senator Yoslin Sikra of the FSM Congress. I would also like to pay my respect to our local dignitaries, Governor Talenja Balik, Lieutenant Governor Hardy Naina, Speaker Simeon Philip, and all the members of the Koshai State Legislature. Chief Justice Hetman Salik, Associate Justices of the Koshai State Court, Land Court Justices, Mayors, and members of the clergy, coaches, their families and friends, to all those who are with us today in person and those who are joining us virtually. On behalf of Acting Chief Justice of the FSM Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia, Bulin Carl Worswick, Associate Justice Larry Wentworth, Director of Court Administration Amy Mashashi Carl, and your National 2025 Law Day Coordinating Committee. I join to the humble shores of this living lady. I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence today, for your participation, and for all the work you have done to make this year's celebration not only a reality, but a most memorable one. This year, we celebrate the 43rd inaugural anniversary of the Supreme Court of the FSM. We are thankful to all of you for being part of this commemoration. And as we celebrate, we give thanks to the Almighty and renew our commitment to promoting respect for justice and the rule of law. In closing, I wish to once again recognize and thank our high school debaters and their coaches. I am delighted, excited, and looking forward to hearing your debates. So without any further delay, I close. God bless, good luck, and let the debates begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Justice Williams. Please join me in welcoming the Pastor Eden Skilling for the benediction. Eden Skilling is from the Lela Congregation Church.
Go ahead and do my benediction. Amy said I came, when was that? Just to plan for this program. It could be. I think it's a plan from God to do it, so I'm really happy to do it. May we all stand for benediction. Our Heavenly Father, we ask for your blessing to rest upon us as this program comes to its conclusion. We acknowledge that today's event focusing on themes of justice, liberty, and the rule of law. We recognize the role of law in maintaining order, protecting rights, and ensuring fairness, and the result of these ideals as foundational to healthy society. We express appreciation for lawyers, judges, and the other legal professionals who dedicate their life to upholding the law. Grant them discernment and integrity as they work to uphold justice and protect the vulnerable. We express hope for a future where justice prevails and the rule of law is respected. May the Lord bless us and keep us. May He make His face shine upon us, be gracious unto us. May He lift up His countenance upon us and give us peace this day and forevermore. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you. You may sit it.
This concludes the ceremony for this morning, and we will take a 10 minutes break, then we proceed with the first debate. So the first debate this morning would be between Koshai team will be debating affirmative versus Bombay team 1. And the second debate would be between Chuk 2 debating affirmative and Bombay team 2 debating negative. And the third debate would be Yap affirmative, Chuk 1 negative. And the fourth debate for the day would be Bombay 1 debating affirmative and Chuk 2 negative. So 10 minutes break so that the committee can set up the courtroom for the first debate. And debaters and coaches, as mentioned earlier, the legislature office down there, offices are designated for each team. You can go down there for wait while your turn. A staff will come down and call on you when your turn comes. And for your info, you're not allowed to go online and watch the debate as we are live streamed. So 10 minutes break. We have refreshments in the courtroom just below us. Please help yourself. Thank you. Kalangan. Hey, where are they? Can they bring enough water? The staff?
What can route my company? Moderator? Pang? No. Can we? Or maybe she can use this chair, yeah?
JV, I need to turn it on for me to talk. Yeah, but Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Sandy Albert, and I will be your moderator for today's debates. Before we start with the debates, I would like to join the previous speakers by acknowledging the presence of the honored guests, national leaders, state leaders, municipal officials, church leaders, debaters, coaches, and everyone who are here present today. I would also like to extend my respect to our virtual audiences. I welcome each and all of you to this year's National Law Day debate. Please allow me to go through some preliminary matters. Debate schedule. Our debate schedules this year, we have 6 teams. Therefore, we have 6 debates scheduled for the 2-day event. Today, July 11, we have 4 debates scheduled, and on Monday, July 14, we will have the last 2 debates. Here with us today, we have 2 teams from Bonbay. Bonbay Team 1 from our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School, and Bonbay Team 2 from Bonbay SDA High School. We also have 2 teams from Chuk Team 1 from Saraman Chuk Academy, and Chuk Team 2 from Xavier High School. 1 team from Yap and 1 team from Koshai. 15 minutes allotted for this section. Section 3, rebuttal. Each team will have 5 minutes to rebut to the main argument. Section 4, response. Each team will have 3 minutes to respond to the rebuttal. Section 5, summation and closing. The conclusion should recap and summarize the arguments described in the introduction and expanded upon in the main argument. Each team will have 4 minutes to summarize and conclude their presentation. Section 6, judges questioning. In this last section, judges may ask follow-up questions to the debaters, and these questions will only be asked to clarify evidence or an argument that may have been made but are not entirely clear to the judges. And our topic this year, 2025 National Law Day, is be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, our first debate this morning will be between Team Koshai and Bonbay Team 1. Team Koshai will argue for the proposition, and Team Bonbay 1 will argue against the proposition. Our panel judges consist of 3 members each debate. Judges for the first debate, we have David Johnson, Staff Attorney, FSM Supreme Court. Jesse Studd, Staff Attorney for FSM Congress as the Legislative Branch Representative. Our third judge is Alex Weber, General Counsel, FSM Supreme Court. And our timekeeper today is Ms. Joylene Witchep. Introducing Team Koshai, debaters from Koshai SDA, we have Oleander Kinere, Priya Aikonet, as the alternate debater, and Vitalina Selina Masi Tupua and Coach Lina R. George. Introducing Pohnpei Team 1, debaters from Our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School. We have debaters Karishma L. Paul, Jasmine Rose Ringland, alternate debater Jesseline Kiana Leben Pelep, and their coach Ben Russell Figueres. Debaters, let me remind you, you will begin your presentation when the timekeeper holds up the start time card. The time card or the timekeeper will be flashing the time cards during each debate to show how much time you have remaining for each presentation. Please stop your presentation when the timekeeper raises the stop time card. Debaters, are you ready? Let us now begin. For the proponent's introduction, Team Koshai, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I would like to start our debates with giving thanks to our Heavenly Father for His presence and blessings. We would also like to pay our humble and sincere respects to the leaders of the state of Koshai for hosting this year's National Law Day debates, and to welcome all FSM Supreme Court staff, FSM Congress representatives, distinguished judges, and honorable coaches, fellow debaters, and ladies and gentlemen. This year's topic for debate, which states, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube," is a very challenging issue indeed. The affirmative side will do our best to persuade you that though challenging the necessities of restriction to be placed on certain social media platforms, especially for the minors of this country, is of great importance. However, before we continue on, as the affirmative side, we would like to define restrict access as restricting access in all government-operated schools. It is a fact that these minors spend more than 6 to 8 hours per day, at least 5 days a week on school grounds. So restricting access to social media platforms at schools would be the most logical course of action needed. As the affirmative team, we will be arguing the following main points, and we will provide you with a workable plan. Main point number 1, shield from harmful content. Main point number 2, protect from health issues. Main point number 3, encourage social interactions. My partner will present the details and supporting facts in our main argument. In our argument today, you will hear that minor children under the age of 18 are at a greatest risk of being influenced by social media platforms. Yes, grown-ups too are influenced, but minors are still in their development years, according to the American Psychology Association, and thus more pliable to certain preconceived notions, like certain body images, certain dress, and speech expectations, and even self-harm. And this is exactly why the affirmative team strongly believes that restriction to social media platforms at schools is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Koshai. For the opponent's introduction, Pohnpei Team 1, you have 3 minutes.
Honorable judges, respected moderator, director, all the amazing FSM Supreme Court staffs, our dear debate coaches, respected opponents, and esteemed audience. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, kamorale, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We from Bombay Team 1 OLMCHS stand in strong opposition to the motion that social media should be restricted for minors. This proposal threatens fundamental freedom, disconnects young people from essential social and educational resources, and risks pushing them towards more dangerous online environments. Social media is far more than just entertainment. It is a vital tool for learning, self-growth, and building connections in an increasingly digital world. To restrict access to social media would not only limit their ability to engage in global conversations, but would also stifle on their growth, creativity, and future opportunities. Let us consider the analogy. Would we restrict our minors from reading the Casalelia press or speaking in public simply because they might encounter difficulties or controversial topics? No, we wouldn't. So why? Why should we deny them the ability to participate in an essential form of communication, one that is shaping the future of their education and social lives? In today's debate, we will demonstrate to you how a restriction on social media would violate a minor's rights to free speech, isolate them socially, and potentially expose them to greater risks. We will also be highlighting the educational benefits of social media, its role in fostering digital literacy, and why the responsibility for guiding young people online should remain with parents and not the government. As Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world," end quote. Restricting access to social media is a step backward, not forward. We must empower our youth with the tools to navigate the digital world responsibly and not shield them from it. Therefore, we firmly oppose this motion. Period. Thank you.
Thank you, Bombay Team 1. It is now time for the main argument. We will begin with the proponent's main argument. Team Koshai, you have 15.
Ladies and gentlemen, my respects to you all. I would like to present the facts and logical reasoning for the affirmative main points. 1. Shield from harmful content. It is a fact, if you ask anyone in this room today, and even those outside the venue, if they most specifically, bullying by any definition is bullying. Be it on social media or the backyards of our communities, it is still bullying. According to the CDC.gov in their Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, posted October 10, 2024, it is stated, quote, frequent social media users were more likely to experience policies have been established and it is still policies have been established to warrant attention to prevent bullying and harassment, most especially in the school system that we have in the FSM. Also, in conjunction with the Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 19 spells out that children should be protected from any form of violence, be it physical or mental, which cyberbullying falls under. So be it backyard bullying or cyberbullying, something must be done, and social media restrictions will be the answer. The victims of cyberbullying are traumatized and develop mental health issues from insecurities to even depression. Putting a restriction on this factor will greatly contribute to the decrease of these problems. How now and for the future of our generation. Subpoint B, age and appropriate materials. Ask any person our age, or even ask yourselves, how many times have you gone online to look for information and have been given options that include inappropriate websites for minors? Most teachers in the FSM are not explicitly trained in providing proper websites for their students to do research, and will most often say these exact words: go online and find the answers. In several interviews with teachers from the Koshai educational system, we found that most teachers need guidance to find proper websites for them to use as sources for their classroom. Find some even encounter temptations to veer from the path for schoolwork. And to make matters worse, social media platforms add greatly to that temptation. The minors in this country spend most of their times on their phones, tablets, and laptops, scrolling the web or social media platforms, looking in other people's lives, seeing what they're posting, and I guarantee you that most often these posts are not appropriate for their ages. Examples are fights, bullying others, body image expectations, and yes, even the taboo issues of nakedness and sex. Subpoint number C, predators. Human trafficking has been a growing concern for the FSM, where our citizens have been led to believe that better opportunities await for them outside of their home islands. They are then introduced to modern slavery, where their employers control almost all of their aspect of their working and living conditions. The opposite side may say that these people are not minors and therefore we should not be concerned. However, predators are not only looking for employees, they are also preying on the young and vulnerable and offer friendship, which is the first step. Sexual predators are looking for the fragile-minded and easily swayed to influence social media platforms. Social media platforms have become the avenue for predators to use as their stomping grounds to find and lure minors. Ms. Kayla Macpherson from Old Dominion University presented a 10-page paper on how online platforms are used by child predators. On page 31 of the UNICEF report entitled Our Lives Online Experiences on Children in the Pacific, it reports that the children in the Pacific have indeed been exposed to or shared indecent information and photos of themselves. Now we move on to main point number 2, protect from health issues. From Adam and Eve's time up to this very day, everyone believes that children are the hopes for the future. And most often, a child's health is the parent's greatest worry. Are they eating well? Are they sleeping well? Do they practice healthy hygiene? These are just some of the questions that are always roaming in a parent's mind. It is a fact because our parents are always worried about our health. Ladies and gentlemen, social media's platforms have greatly affected in the health of everyone and most importantly, the health of our minors. Subpoint A for main point 2, sleep deprivation. Social media platforms like Facebook and TikTok are greatly interfering with the resting requirements that a young body needs in order to grow healthy and for 5 hours or more per day, or around 70% more likely than the average users, which use social media for 1 to 3 hours per day, to fall asleep late on school nights and after midnight on other days. And according to the American Psychological Association, puberty, quote, puberty is the most important period of brain growth and reorganization in our lifetimes. Sleep is essential for healthy brain development and mental health in adolescence. Sleep delay or disruptions have significant effects on youths, negative effects on youths, attention, behavior, mood, safety, and academic performance. These facts surely show us that restrictions should not be delayed. Subpoint B, body imaging. Social media affects the way our minors have been looking at themselves. The advertisements for clothing, dress modes, body piercings, and even their right shapes are all found on social media and have influenced how to be hip or cool. In today's world, where image is considered a factor in one's success or failure, twists the minds of our minors in believing that they can only succeed if they look a certain way. According to brownhealth.org, quote, social media sites provide tools that allow people to earn others' approval for their appearance and the possibility to compare themselves to others, end quote. TikTok presents posts of how to be cool with challenges and routines to follow. And yes, we are allowing this to happen. Okay. Point C, stress and depression. The mind is a powerful tool and can affect so many parts of the body. The images and actions on social media can greatly affect the mind and put negative thoughts that lead to being depressed about not being on the norm or leads to stress of keeping up with the ever-changing patterns and behaviors on social media. Quote, when an individual opens up social media and they see they weren't invited to an event, feels pressure to only post the most attractive version of themselves, and relies on getting likes and comments on their post, a sense of anxiety can build up quickly, end quote. Reported by social media socialmediafictions.org. Social media adds on to the pressure that those minors are constantly facing every day in their regular societies. Point D, addiction. Ask anyone who has a social media account if they have ever missed a day not checking in, and the answer would be no, unless there was an island-wide power outage. The notification pings on phones and other electronic devices act as nerve messages to the brain, saying, check me out. An automatic reaction from anyone, whether minor or adult, is to look for what is happening. Social media even creates FOMO, fear of missing out, which keeps minors constantly scrolling on their phones for information and updates. Social media is intentionally addictive for teens because these platforms rely on users spending as much time on them as possible in order to maximize in revenue, which is their primary source of profit. Report by socialmediavictim.org. Negative thoughts can lead to depression, and depression can sometimes lead to the most extreme, suicide. In the Lancet Regional Health, a research paper was produced to report that suicides or attempts in suicide in the Pacific were linked to depression or stress. Now moving on to main point number 3, encourage social interactions. Across the 4 FSM states, one unique commonality that we share is a pride in our cultures. One aspect of those cultures is the socialization practices that we have at our homes, our villages, our communities, and even our whole state. All the 4 FSM constitutional preambles wish for preservation of these cultural practices. But when you step out into the light, you will immediately notice a breakaway from these wishes. Social skills in the younger generation of today have drastically changed in their speech patterns, in the interactions, and even in their movements. This leads me found online. Neighborhood kids gather on the porch to get connected to the free Wi-Fi, not playing the next hunting trip or swimming trip. This is what social media platforms have done to the family and social structure of our FSM homes and communities. We text each other to say good night and good morning. What has happened to us? The answer is social media. According to socialskillscenter.com, quote, when social media becomes a significant part of an individual's communication, this can leave them less familiar with greater consequences involved in direct communication. Often this leaves people more anxious when they do communicate in person, potentially holding them back from fully engaging in conversations with others and developing necessary communication skills like nonverbal skills and eye contact. Subpoint number B, outdoor activities and exercise. According to data by worldobesity.com, a study was done, and the FSM's children are at more than 30% overweight or obese. Social media platforms encourage minors to be seated or lying down to continue their scrolling activities, thereby contributing to the unhealthy growth that the FSM children are experiencing. Reported in the News Medical Net in November 2024, quote, obesity is a chronic disease that people of all ages worldwide is directly related to multiple comorbidities, notably type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular, respiratory, and digestive diseases, as well as cancers. Obesity is also causes significant psychological distress. Its prevalence in the global population has increased from 4.6% in 1980 to 16% in 2022. This trend is increasing, end quote. And we are contributing to this increase with the rising usage of social media platforms. It is becoming very hard to find a group of FSM children running, swimming, climbing outside. In most circumstances, you will find children huddled together.
Time's up. Thank you, Team Kushai. Opponents rebuttal. Pohnpei Team 1, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to our dear proponents for your 3 main arguments. However, we respectfully disagree with all your arguments. Our proponents stated in their first main argument that social media shields minors from harmful content. However, we find their reasonings to be flawed. Instead of restricting stronger content filters, parental controls, and platform regulation, social media itself, but how it is used. Instead of restricting, we should focus on digital literacy, parental guidance, and responsible usage. Online predator is a serious concern, but restricting social media won't eliminate it. Our proponents stated in their second main argument that restricting social media would protect health. However, we find their assertion to be unconvincing. Dangerous challenges existed long before social media. The real issue is education and guidance. Teaching kids about online safety and responsible choices is more effective than restricting access. Our proponents stated in their third main argument that a restriction would encourage social interactions. However, we consider their position to be untenable. Social media enhances communication even among families. Many use it to stay connected with distant relatives. Instead, parents should set screen time limits. The government shouldn't take over parenting responsibilities. Instead, we should empower parents with tools and resources to guide their children responsibly. In conclusion, the negative team would like to emphasize that instead of a complete restriction, a balanced approach involving education, parental guidance, responsible usage, and platform regulation is a more practical and effective solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 1. Now we will hear the proponent's response to the rebuttal. Proponents, Team Kushai, you have 3 minutes.
Judges, in our response to rebuttal, I would like to go over our outline once again. Our main point was 1, shield from harmful content. You say that we can put parental restrictions and there's policies and guidelines that we can use and digital literacy programs. But how do you know that these students or these minors will actually listen and use what they learn? As adolescents, they are prone to be rebellious. So how do you know they will be able to, or they will use that knowledge they gain from digital literacy programs every day in their life, and so on? Main point number 2, our main point was protect from health issues. You said main point number 3, encourage social interaction. You said that we use social media to communicate globally with family and friends abroad, We do, but with the overuse of social media, we are also missing the time and communication with our family here with us. With the distraction of social media, we don't really spend our time with our family that is close to us now. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Kushai. It is now time for the opponent's main argument. Opponents, Pohnpei Team 1, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Good morning, everyone. Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Argument number 1, violation of freedom of speech and expression. In an age where social media serves as the backbone of public discourse, any attempt to restrict social media raises profound constitutional questions. Article 4, Section 1 of the FSM Constitution clearly underscores the inviolable rights of individuals to freedom of expression. And I quote, "No law may deny or impair freedom of expression, peaceable assembly, association, or petition." End quote. This foundational guarantee emphasizes the significance in exercising free expression in society, allowing people to voice their thoughts, challenge certain narratives, and engage in open dialogue. In our interview with United Nations Human Rights Officer Ava McDermott, she reminded us that in 1993, the FSM ratified the Convention on the Rights of a Child, where Article 13 states, and I quote, "The child shall have the right to freedom of expression. This right shall include the freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers, either orally, in writing or in print, in the form of art, or through any other media of the child's choice." End quote. The government should not control how we express ourselves online or offline based on vague and hypothetical harms. The Constitution's limits on government control of speech apply online as much as they do in newspapers, public forums, and traditional means of communication. As John F. Kennedy once said, and I quote, "We are not afraid to entrust the American people with unpleasant facts, foreign ideas, alien philosophies, and competitive values." End quote. A relevant example in the Micronesian context would be how social media allows for the exchange of information on community concerns such as local environmental issues, government policies, or cultural preservation efforts. Many young people use platforms like Facebook and TikTok to raise awareness about issues such as climate change impacts on island communities, fishing regulations, or traditional navigation practices. If social media access is restricted, minors would lose a crucial means of engaging in these discussions, limiting their ability to participate in important societal conversations. Just as it would be unacceptable for the government to prevent young people from discussing these matters in a village gathering or student forum, it is equally unconstitutional to restrict their voices online. Argument number 2, isolation and limited socialization. We are social beings who thrive on interactions and relationships with others, and social media has become an essential part of that interaction. With the ever-increasing usefulness of social media, more and more like-minded individuals online are forming social groups based on similar interests, hobbies, and ideas to foster a sense of identity, build dynamic communities, and orient hopes on values not limited to locality or demography. According to psychologist Sherry Turkle in Alone Together, Why We Expect More from Technology and Less from Each Other, social media allows people to stay connected despite physical distances, forming virtual communities that sustain real emotional bonds. In the Micronesian setting, where island communities are often geographically separated, social media serves as a bridge that connects families, friends, and peers across vast distances. A teenager living on one island can stay connected with families living on other islands, sharing experiences and forming new relationships based on similar interests like music, arts, and sports. A restriction on social media would create a significant social disconnect, leading to feelings of isolation and missing out on vital social interactions that are central to a teenager's psychosocial development. Research from the University of Oxford suggests that social media use can positively contribute to adolescents' well-being by maintaining friendships and providing emotional bonds. Argument number 3, potential for underground or riskier alternatives. Restricting mainstream social media may push minors towards unregulated, more dangerous online platforms where content is harder to monitor. When mainstream social media platforms are restricted, users seek out less regulated spaces where harmful content, cyberbullying, and predatory behavior may proliferate unchecked. These alternative platforms often lack the strict community guidelines that established social media sites employ to protect users. As a result, young people that conventional platforms typically provide. According to Dr. Ranjana Kumari from the Center for Social Research based in India, teens are inherently curious and rebellious, and an outright restriction might push them to find alternative ways to access platforms without supervision. This could result in them setting up secret accounts, using fake identities, or accessing more unregulated, unsafe corners of the internet, potentially increasing their exposure to harmful content rather than reducing it. The Micronesian community, with its strong emphasis on family and communal ties, must recognize that education and parental oversight is more effective than restrictions in guiding young people towards responsible online behavior. Now I would like to call on my co-debater, Jasmine Ringling, to go over our 3 remaining arguments.
Thank you. Argument number 4, educational and informational benefits. Social media is a vital tool for minors in the education system, enabling them to access valuable learning sources and information with just a few taps on their screens. In our interview with United Nations Human Rights Officer, Ms. Ava McDermott, she was able to point out to us that in Article 17 in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which FSM has ratified, clearly states, and I quote, "State parties recognize the important function performed by the mass media and shall ensure that the child has access to information and material from a diversity of national and international sources." End quote. It is also a platform consisting of content from all over the world, offering students a perspective on global events and keeping them updated on current affairs. By restricting access to social media, the government impairs the youth's ability to maintain a well-informed understanding of society and construct social connections, which are essential for their intellectual and personal growth. Take COVID-19, for example. During lockdowns, many schools worldwide, including OLMCHS itself, resorted to social media as their primary means of communication to continue academic instruction. UNESCO has also documented how digital learning through social media was instrumental in ensuring that students worldwide discontinuing social media would mean depriving minors of these educational benefits, which have become an integral part of modern learning. Argument number 5, negative impact on digital literacy. We live in an era of rapid technological advancements, and digital literacy is now a fundamental skill for future career success. According to a report by World Economic Forum, digital literacy is becoming increasingly necessary in nearly all industries, from schools and educations to healthcare and finance. Restricting access to social media for minors does not protect them. It hinders their ability to navigate and engage with the digital world responsibly. As Bill Gates once said, and I quote, "The internet is becoming the town square for the global village of tomorrow." End quote. To exclude young people from this space is to exclude them from future opportunities. Moreover, research by the International Telecommunication Union in 2021 highlights that the youth who are exposed to responsible social media use from an early age develop better critical thinking skills, problem-solving abilities, and digital resilience. This study, conducted across multiple regions, including Asia and the Pacific, emphasizes that controlled exposure to online platforms fosters essential skills needed for the modern workforce. Micronesia must not fall behind in equipping its youth with the necessary tools to succeed in a globally connected world. Instead of imposing restrictions, we should focus on fostering digital literacy programs that help students use social media for learning, developing critical thinking skills, and discerning misinformation, and using social media as a tool for learning and professional development. Locally, programs like the Digital Literacy Initiative by the FSM Department of Education has been introduced to help enhance student skills in navigating the internet safely and effectively. These programs teach students not just the basic use of technology, but also how to protect their online privacy and understanding the implications of digital footprints. Schools have also started integrating digital literacy into their curriculums with specialized workshops on responsible social media use, online privacy, and distinguishing credible sources from misinformation. These efforts empower students to be informed and responsible digital citizens. Additionally, parents in Micronesia can have access to tools like the Family Link app, which enables them to monitor and regulate their children's social media use. Such tools enable parents to set digital boundaries without needing to resort to an outright restriction. Programs like these, when combined with educational initiatives, ensure that minors are equipped to handle the digital world responsibly and not be shielded from it entirely. Last but not the least, argument number 6, parental responsibility, not government control. According to Title 12, Chapter 11 of the FSM Code, parental responsibility is a core legal concept, with parents having the duty to control and prove for their children. Parents or legally appointed guardians, or those with authority under custom and tradition, have control over the conduct and education of their minor children within the bounds of the law. This law clearly indicates that parents are the individuals responsible for handling their minors' affairs, whether it be online or in person. As former U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor once said, and I quote, "The family is the first and best discipline of freedom," end quote. Parents, not the government, should be entrusted with guiding their children's digital experiences. Moreover, parents have access to a variety of parent control tools and monitoring systems that enable them to regulate their children's social media use. Instead of completely restricting social media for minors, we should focus on encouraging parental activeness in observing their children's social media use and online behavior and fostering responsible digital habits. In a society that values family involvement, the responsibility for guiding young people online should remain with parents, not the government. In conclusion, while the government may seek to intervene with the digital lives of minors, it is clear that the responsibility for guiding children's online behaviors should rest with parents and not the state. As established by FSM law, parents are the ones entrusted with the authority to make decisions regarding their children's conduct and education. Rather than restricting access to social media, we must empower parents to actively engage in their children's digital lives, fostering responsible digital habits through guidance and not control. We stand firmly against the proposition that government should regulate social media use for minors, for we believe that true freedom lies in the hands of the family, not the state. If we fail to trust parents with this responsibility, we risk undermining the very foundation of family autonomy and personal freedom. Let us not let government control erase the heart and soul of parental responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 1. Proponents rebuttal. Team Koshai, you have 5 minutes.
Honorable judges and ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the points raised by our opponents during their main arguments. However, we respectfully agree. As we defined in our introduction, that restricting access in all government schools. So it would be restricting access in all government schools and not everyone. And if I can recall correctly, you said that it helps self-growth or creativity. However, according to our research, that during this 8 development years, according to the American Psychology Association, they're like more vulnerable to certain stuff. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Team Koshai. Opponent's response to the rebuttal. Pohnpei Team 1, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to our dear opponents for their rebuttal of one of our 6 arguments. Please allow me to now respond for us to be in agreement and all on the same page. You mentioned our statement of self-growth and creativity, which I believe is directed towards our argument of educational and informational benefits. However, we like to respond by saying that educational platforms like YouTube, online forums, and study groups on social media are widely used by students worldwide. Blocking access limits their ability to learn from global resources. And misinformation is a problem, yes, but the solution is teaching digital literacy, not restricting the entire platform. Schools can incorporate fact-checking lessons into their curriculums. And lastly, many teachers use social media to engage with students and share educational content. Removing access takes away a valuable tool that has been proven to be supportive to learning. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, fellow debaters, at the heart of this debate is a fundamental question. It is to prepare them for it. It is to teach them, guide them, and trust them. Let us not raise a generation in digital darkness. Let us raise a generation equipped with the tools, values, and confidence to thrive, not just in Micronesia, but in the world. Let parents guide, let youth learn, and let freedom speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 1. It is time for the summation and closing. Proponent summation. Team Koshai, you have 4 minutes.
With our discussion on the proposed ban for social media for individuals under 18, it is crucial to reflect on the significant impact this measure could have on our young people and society. The case for restricting social media access for minors is grounded in 3 key arguments: protecting them from harmful content, safeguarding their mental health and physical, and fostering meaningful social connections. First, we must shield our youth from harmful content. The digital landscape can be hostile. By significantly reduce their exposure to emotional violence. Additionally, many young people encounter inappropriate material online and promote unrealistic ideas and harmful behaviors. A ban would not only protect them from such influences, but also encourage content that nurtures their development and self-esteem. By implementing a ban, we can help young people develop coping mechanisms and self-worth independent of social validation, leading to a more resilient generation. Finally, promoting genuine social connections is vital. Social connections often substitute for real-life connections, which can hinder the development of communication skills and emotional intelligence. By limiting access, we can encourage meaningful engagement with family and friends and foster participation in outdoor activities, which is essential for physical health and mental well-being. In conclusion, while social media offers some benefits, its potential dangers for those under 18 cannot be ignored. A ban would effectively protect our youth from harmful content, safeguard their mental health, and facilitate general social interactions, prioritizing their health and development in essential, allowing them to engage with digital platforms responsibly in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Koshai. Opponents, it is time for your closing and summation. Pohnpei Team 1, you have 4 minutes.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. As we conclude, we must ask, do we value freedom, trust, and preparation? Or do we choose restriction out of fear? Restricting minors from social media is a simplistic response to a complex issue, and the cost is far too great. First, freedom of speech is a fundamental right. The FSM Constitution and the Convention on the Rights of a Child affirm minors' rights to express themselves, participate in discussions, and engage with issues shaping their future. A restriction silences their voices and denies them the opportunity to learn, grow, and advocate for change. Second, connection matters. In our geographically dispersed islands, social media is a lifeline that keeps young people connected to family, friends, and culture. Restricting it would isolate them, depriving them vital social interactions and emotional support. Third, safety comes through education, not prohibition. If we restrict social media, minors will still seek connection, often in riskier, unregulated spaces. The real solution is digital literacy, teaching them how to navigate online spaces responsibly rather than pushing them into the shadows. Fourth, social media is an educational tool. It provides access to learning resources, current events, and academic collaboration. During the pandemic, it was essential for education continuity. To restrict it is to take away a key tool for learning in the modern world. Finally, parental guidance, not government control, is the answer. Parents, not laws, should oversee their children's social media use. Instead of a restriction, we should empower families with better digital literacy programs and stronger parental involvement. This debate is about trust. Do we trust our youth to grow with guidance? Do we trust our communities to rise to the challenge of digital education? We, the negative side, believe in freedom, responsibility, and preparation. Rather than taking away voices, we should empower them. Rather than isolating youth, we should connect them. Rather than hiding them from the world, we should prepare them for it. So I leave you with this. When has restricting knowledge, communication, or progress ever led to a better future? Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 1. We have come to the last part of the first debate. It is now time for the judges' questioning for clarification purposes only. Judges, you may begin.
Thank you. I can see how much work all of you have put into this debate and preparation, and it really shows. I was impressed. I would like to ask a question, and I'm going to ask this question in an unusual way to everyone on the panel here, both teams, about the risks of your colleagues or friends at high school or lower schools engaging in inappropriate relationships online that could lead to, or maybe even have led to, predatory type relationships. So I'm curious to know how real that threat is. You mentioned in your debates, the proponents mentioned in your debates a study that talked about specifically Pacific Island students or younger children who might engage in these relationships. I would like to know if any of you personally know someone who's engaged in a relationship online that you think is questionable. Don't give me their names, please. Just the. I want to know if you personally know someone.
For me, I personally know people that also know other people that have these certain relationships, and they are really young, and I just hope that they can, I just, I just know that they can't find that type of, I guess, care or love in real life, so they have to find it online through either a stranger, or I think it's mostly like people that they know that's online too, but they just don't talk to in real life. I think that's how they.
Did any of you?
Also, as we mentioned in our argument, most of the times it starts off as friendships. So the older person would initiate a friendship with a minor online, and then they would trade off like probably. Can you please take the photo and share it with us?
Oh, just for the record too, it's recorded and it will be shared.
As we mentioned in our main argument, predators usually start as friendships. So they would offer wanting to be friends with younger minors, and as minors, they usually think of it as harmful. So with minors develop, so they don't know the difference. So they think it's harmless, but the other person is taking advantage and
risky or unacceptable. Please, yeah.
Before I move on, thank you for that question. I will be answering on behalf of my whole team. So although we are aware that that may be an issue, we personally do not know any individuals, but we do believe that there are actions that can be done to address such an issue, like awareness or safety education for children online, to not talk to strangers online, no matter what they tell you, and some more regulations such as that. That is our personal belief and opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for my comments, I'll start out by saying thanks to both teams for getting us started today. I know that it's often among the most challenging performances to be the first one to present at an event. So thanks to you both. And for my question, I'd like to ask maybe for a short comment from both the proponents and the opponents on what was the most challenging aspect of determining which points to prioritize? I think both teams did a good job of emphasizing multiple points throughout their arguments. And so how did you kind of go about, in brief, in determining what you wanted to spend the most time on, and maybe what, for various reasons, you decided not to spend as much time on? Maybe the proponents can go first, and then the opponents.
Can you repeat the question?
Can you explain a little bit more about how you chose to prioritize your various arguments? Both teams presented their arguments with multiple points. What factors went into your preparation in determining which ones you wanted to highlight the most and which arguments you felt like you wanted to stay away from or spend less time on?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think for us, we prioritized our main points by what more affected, greatly affected the minors 18 and under. So we tried to prioritize what really affected them and had the more negative results of social media on them. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So for our team, although there were many good points, we narrowed it down to the 6 that we presented today because we believe that we were looking at it in a view where it can be applied to our islands in the FSM, especially for the kids in the FSM. And yes, thank you.
Thank you.
There? Okay. So first, I just want to say my respects to all of you for being here. It's an incredible accomplishment. My colleague wanted you to speak about others. I'm going to ask you to speak about yourselves. So let's imagine that the proponent's proposal restricting social media at school goes into effect tomorrow. What is one thing that it would change in your life if that type of ban took effect? And maybe from the proponents, I'll ask you to think of one positive thing and the opponents, one negative thing.
Thank you for that question. Before I move on, I would just like to clarify. You asked our team for a negative effect, that is, if it were to be restricted.
Yes, so if the ban went into effect tomorrow, what would be a bad impact on you personally from such a ban?
Okay, so from our perspective, a bad or negative effect that we personally see happening if it were to be in motion is the effect on our ability to access resources from online or internet, which is increasingly very important nowadays. And we believe that if it were to be restricted or went into motion, that would be affected, basically our access.
Definitely be academic improvement because social media is a distraction during school hours and we're more focused on what's happening.
Any more questions? Thank you, judges, and thank you, debaters. We have come to the end of the first debate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our debaters a big round of applause. Thank you, Team Kushai, and thank you, Team Pohnpei 1. It is now we're not going on lunch. We're not gonna take a lunch break. What time is it? Our guys plans. Huh? 12:49. Let's take a break. And then we finish the 3. What's your thought? Help me. Break. Zoom at 12:49. 1:49, yes. Oh, 2:49? 2 o'clock, okay. Let's come back at 2 o'clock for the second debate. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Can you hear me now?
Debaters, can you take your seats? Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now ready for the second debate. The second debate will be between Chuk Team 2 and Pohnpei Team 2. Chuk Team 2 will argue for the proposition, and Pohnpei Team 2 will argue against the proposition. Introducing Chuk Team 2 from Xavier High School. Debaters are Hahani Ines Pangilinan Boychan, Mia Miyoko Yasu, and alternate debater Trinity Ilisoram, with Coach Crispino Hamarek. Introducing Pohnpei Team 2 from STA, Pohnpei STA. Debaters are Tony Pretrick, Shian Tealova Overhoff, and alternate debater Noah Panuelo, with Coach Leighton Edward. Judges for the second debate, we have Jesse Stott, Staff Attorney, FSM Congress, David Johnson, Staff Attorney, FSM Supreme Court, and Alex Weber, General Counsel, FSM Supreme Court. And our timekeeper is Ms. Joylyn Witchup. Each team is to state the topic and proposition in its resolution form and briefly outlining its position and argument. Each team will have 3 minutes for the introduction. Main argument. The teams will develop and explain arguments identified in their introduction. Each team will have 15 minutes allotted for this section. Third section, the rebuttal. Each team will have 5 minutes to rebut to the main argument. Fourth section, response. Each team will have 3 minutes to respond to the rebuttal. Section 5, summation and closing. The conclusion should reiterate the arguments described in the introduction and expanded upon in the main argument. Each team will have 4 minutes to summarize and conclude their presentation. Section 6, judges questioning. In this last section, judges may ask follow-up questions to the debaters, and these questions will only be asked to clarify evidence or an argument that may have been made but are not entirely clear to the judges. And our topic for this year, 2025 National Law Day, is: be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Debaters, let me remind you, you will begin your presentation when the timekeeper holds up the start time card. The timekeeper will be flashing the time cards during each debate to show how much time you have remaining for each presentation. Please stop your presentation when the timekeeper raises the stop time card. Debaters, are you ready? Let us begin with the second debate. We will start with the introduction. For the introduction, proponents of the proposition, Chuk Team 2, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, worthy opponents, esteemed moderator, and the audience. I extend my humble respect to us all. Kamarale. Once again, I'm from Team Chuk number 2, and my name is Mia Miyoko Yasu, an advocator for the resolution that stands before us today. Let it be resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia should restrict access to all online social media platforms for minors under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Before I delve into the contributing factors of passing this resolution, let me first define social media and its origins. Based off the book by Daniel Miller entitled What is Social Media and How the World Changed Social Media is defined as a means of digital communications for individuals and groups internationally. From the first radio invention in 1895 to the fame of the television set, social media grew up to be a product of digital entertainment. With the rise of platforms such as Skype and MySpace, the early 2000s was taken by storm. Fast forward to today, 2025. Not only has adults joined the trend, but minors too. Mass consumptions of these social platforms has led to the craving of attention-seeking online that minors crave. With that being said, let us consider to 1. Shield against harmful content, 2. Promote mental health well-being, 3. Improve productivity and prevent addiction, and lastly, to preserve our cultural heritage through its authenticity. In this ongoing dilemma, my partner, Haani Boychan, will break down the fundamentals of our affirmative side. Thus, I urge you all to consider letting this resolution pass, that the Federated States of Micronesia should take action now and restrict all online social media platforms for minors. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuk Team 2. Opponents' introduction. Opponents of the proposition, Pohnpei Team 2, you have 3 minutes.
Honorable judges, esteemed moderator, distinguished timekeeper, worthy proponents, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings and my respects to all. I thank you for this opportunity to debate on a very important topic that is relevant to this nation, especially since it involves something so ubiquitous in our daily lives, social media. The negative team stands before you in staunch opposition to the proposition which states, and I quote, "Now therefore be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube," end quote. To help set the tone of this debate, I would like to define 2 terms. First being restrict access. Black's Law Dictionary defines this phrase as a limit or control on activities by its ruling legislation. In other words, it does not mean to ban or to legally prohibit. Second, minor children. Title 52, Chapter 1, Section 101 of the Pohnpei State Code defines a juvenile as, quote, any person who has not attained the age of 18 years, end quote. At first glance, this proposition may seem to serve the best interest in the FSM people. However, a closer analysis reveals that it is both dangerously unconstitutional and deeply impractical. Like a wolf in sheepskin, it presents itself as a protective measure, but beneath the surface, it poses serious risks to fundamental rights and fails to offer a workable solution. Today, the negative team has prepared 4 robust reasons to demonstrate why this proposition should be struck down. Number 1, this resolution violates fundamental rights embedded in the FSM's constitution. Number 2, this resolution violates key provisions of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, for which the FSM is a signatory. Number 3, this resolution violates the vagueness doctrine. And number 4, this proposition presents numerous practical challenges in implementation. Honorable judges, the negative team does not deny the risks associated with social media. However, the path forward is not through vague, sweeping restrictions, but through thoughtful solutions that neither endanger our children's fundamental rights nor impose unrealistic and unworkable demands on families and government. Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 2. It is now time for the main argument. Proponents' main argument. Chuk Team 2, you have 15 minutes. That's off. Turn it on.
Passing this resolution would truly benefit the miners of the Federated States of Micronesia. The first positive outcome of passing this resolution is the increase of protection and the decrease of exposure to the harmful contents online, which include 1, adult videos, 2, radicalization, 3, cyberbullying, and 4, cyber predators. Adult videos. A survey by Common Sense Media displayed evidence in which 73% of respondents admitted that they've seen rated R videos. 44% of these respondents said that it was intentional, while the other 56% said that it was accidental. This exposure can make our children in the Federated States suffer from 1, confusion about sexuality, 2, distorted body image, and 3, inappropriate perspectives on relationships. Radicalization. Radicalization is the action or process of causing someone to adopt radical positions on political or social issues. For example, the US presidential election between Kamala and Trump in 2024 of November, which people did not have a complete understanding of what was happening but spoke out the loudest. Similarly, in Chuk's recent gubernatorial election resulted in similar results and reactions by the political parties and its supporters. This is what we aim to prevent. Free access to harmful content leads to the youth to have radicalized mindsets rather than unity, as our islands claim to have. Now, cyberbullying. Although it may not seem as common in our islands as it is throughout the rest of the world, cyberbullying in the Federated States is still a threat for the safety of our minors. Cyber predators, on the other hand, are more common and prevalent amongst the youth who experience cyber predators through social media. The statistics in a report by Childlight in 2024 shows that 1 in 8 of the world's children, that is 12.5%, including Micronesian children, have experienced online harassment the past year. By passing this resolution, we further safeguard our youth from the potential early loss of innocence from virtuality and focus on straightening our weaknesses in reality. These are simply just to name a few. The second positive outcome of passing this resolution are the mental health benefits that come with it over time. First, the US Surgeon General's advice is that we should be more cautious about what we are exposing our youth to. This same Surgeon General has proven that children ages 8 to 12 are in the most vulnerable stage of brain development. This means that what we expose our minors to, including the rapid spread of technology and social media, can truly alter the ways in which the minor's brain develops. Another study by Yale's medicine, Dr. Murphy, shows that nearly 40% of children ages 8 to 12 use social media. That 40% includes young Micronesian children, minors. This can lead to an unhealthy increase in the brain's overstimulation that will eventually harm our minors regardless of their age. When they start young, it'll potentially hurt them as they go on in their future. Passing this resolution can also reduce this phenomenon known as the fear of missing out, or FOMO. This is when an individual, typically minors, encounter the anxiety of missing out on what their friends are doing if they are not present online. This is what a lot of young Micronesians face within the country and outside of the country. By restricting access to social media, we are taking a step forward to care and aid the mental health issues that the minors of the Federated States face. Additionally, the US Surgeon General's advisory also confirms that excessive use of social media leads to depression, anxiety, and even suicidal thoughts in teens, which has increased over the years since technology has expanded. We should move forward by acknowledging all the advantages and disadvantages that social media has on minors in the Federated States and outside, and truly weigh it. The third positive outcome of passing this resolution would be the improvement in productivity and physical reality. Moreover, being inactive in the physical world has influenced teenagers to become lazier and addicted to digital entertainment. In addition to these pieces of evidence, we have also conducted a survey in May of 2025 from the parents of Xavier students who come from the east to the west of all of Micronesia. This survey reflects the implications of social media usage by minors. Most parents in this survey reported that their children spend 2 to 4 hours on social media platforms. That's 51% of these children, not including the students that attend Xavier. And others, 21% of these parents that responded, said that their children spend an average of 5 to 9 hours on social media platforms. By having conducted this survey, we were truly able to analyze the impacts of social media and this resolution with statistics provided on a regional level, rather than depending on statistics provided by a foreign country. The last, but not the least, among the many beneficial outcomes of restricting access to social media for minors would be the preservation of cultural heritage and its authenticity. We come from an oral tradition culture where spending time with our elders to absorb their wisdom is a must. However, social media and technology overall have taken so much of a minor's time that we no longer fully inherit the knowledge of our cultures from our islands. A modern example of knowledge we lose is in relation to the movie Moana. How many of you, when you first watched the movie Moana, were able to recognize the Micronesian legends depicted as Polynesian? For example, the hook in Moana. The hook is also a Micronesian representation of Yap's legend of Rongarik, who pulled up the island of Fez. Second, the crab. How many of you knew that the crab also represents the crab island called Pikelut in Yap's outer islands? I didn't know that when I first watched the movie Moana. My peers didn't know that. And that showed a lot about the time that we spent watching these movies, learning what we did online, and not about our culture. Another key point representation in the movie Moana was of wayfinding, a traditional navigation that a Micronesian man by the name of Mau Piailuk reintroduced to Hawaiians. And lastly, the island of Te Fiti, or the Sleeping Lady, in which we all know as the island of Kashrai in Micronesia. These are not all of the cultural legends or beliefs, but are just a few of the many legends and wisdom that we, the minors of the Federated States of Micronesia, no longer inherit from our cultural practices of oral tradition, because we spend so much of our time on social media, rather than sitting with our elders and learning about where we come from and who we are as a person and as a country. There is a lot that we do that reflect on our states, but our states reflect on who we are as a country. Therefore, we urge you to pass this resolution. Thank you. I yield my time back.
Thank you, Chuk Team 2. Opponents, rebuttal. Pohnpei Team 2, you have 5 minutes.
Honorable judges, I'd like to thank the affirmative team for presenting their argument. They offered 4 main points in support of their position. However, the negative team finds their reasoning both concerning and insufficient. The affirmative team failed to provide a clear and detailed picture of what these restrictions would actually look like or how they would be enforced. This lack of specificity not only raises questions about practicality, but also points to the fact that this resolution would trigger constitutional violations if it were to be passed. I would now like to address some key points they brought up in their main argument. On their first main point of harmful content, such as 18-plus content, cyberbullying, and radicalization. This proposition seeks to cyberbullying addressing the root issue. Additionally, cyberbullying occurs across various digital spaces such as text messages, gaming chats, and emails. Research from the Journal of Adolescent Health and Cyberpsychology, Behavior, and Social Networking confirms that these are common places for such behavior. Blocking one platform does not stop cyberbullying. It just moves it elsewhere. Regarding harmful content, YouTube and Instagram warns users and gives disclaimers about potential harmful material. Users are given the option to either continue or skip the content, or is given the option to press not interested to limit exposure to harmful material. With these user-driven tools already built in, why take the extreme step of imposing restrictive legislation when existing safeguards offer more direct and efficient solutions? Next, on their second main point of mental health impacts. My opponent, NIH, found only a correlation between social media use and depressive symptoms. Causation was not established. Similarly, the Mayo Clinic notes that social media's effects depend on various factors, including how it's used, what content is viewed, time spent online, and the individual's maturity, mental health history, and personal circumstances. This suggests that it's not social media itself, but the way it's used and the user's context that determines its impact. Next, on our opponent's third main point of improving productivity. While concerns like addictive behavior are valid, these issues are not inherent to social media itself. They stem from a lack of self-regulation and awareness. That's why the solution lies in education and discipline, not in restriction. By teaching minors digital literacy and healthy online habits, we can empower them to use social media responsibly and avoid its potential downsides without cutting off access to its benefits. And lastly, our opponent states that social media degrades cultural values and cultural knowledge. However, social media serves as a powerful tool for preserving and sharing our cultural identity. It provides access to cultural knowledge, fosters civic engagement, and connects our communities both locally and abroad. Platforms like YouTube host channels such as V6AH, which contain opposition, would limit access to these valuable platforms and hinder the very cultural preservation it claims to protect development, educationally, socially, and emotionally, and ignores the importance of digital literacy in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 2. Now we will hear the proponent's response to the rebuttal. Chuk Team 2, you have 3 minutes.
In response to our opponents who said that our evidence was insufficient and our argument was also insufficient, we provided evidence not only from foreign countries, but within our own country. As I said, the survey that we made was from parents of Xavier High School, who, if you did not know, come from the East Islands all the way to the West, therefore making our survey and our evidence legible. They said that this was a violation of the Constitution. This violation of the Constitution is not absolute because minors, the Constitution states, for example, the freedom of speech or freedom of expression. Freedom of speech and freedom of expression is not absolute for minors. Therefore, we argue that is not a complete violation of the Constitution if it is something that our country is doing in order to provide a better future for the minors and for our country, for the future of our country. Our opponents also said it might not address the root issues in social media. As we explained before, the root issues, not the root issues, but social media was introduced to us by foreign countries. First, obviously, to the adults. The adults put social media and technology into our hands. It is not like a 3-year-old or a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old would walk up to their parents and say, I want a phone, unless they saw what their peers and their family members were doing to entertain themselves with their phones. And with technology, they were moved and exposed to the rest of what social media had to offer. They also addressed the potential harmful content that social media does not fully expose children to potential harmful content because of the restrictions and the warnings that these social media platforms have set in place. However, this does not address the fact that this exposure can also come from personal inboxes. Or if a minor who, is under 18, they can be a teenager, 13, in high school or middle school or elementary. If they are known and people know how to get a hold of them, there are other ways to contact these minors and expose them to harmful, illicit pictures, videos, words, whatever they have to offer without YouTube or Instagram or Facebook. They can do it on other platforms in any other way. It is not a restriction. Oh, it's a ban. It's a restriction, not a ban. Thank you. I yield my time back.
Thank you, Chuk Team 2. It is now time for the opponent's main argument. Pohnpei Team 2, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
The first reason to oppose this proposition is that it violates the fundamental rights embedded in the FSM's Constitution. The first constitutional right this proposition infringes upon is a minor's freedom of expression. Article 4, Section 1 of the FSM Constitution states, and I quote, "No law may impair freedom of expression," end quote. The freedom of expression includes the right to share ideas, opinions, and information without fear of government censorship or punishment. In today's digital world, social media has become a primary space where this right is exercised, especially by young people. By restricting access to these platforms for all minors, the government would effectively limit their ability to express themselves, thus violating their constitutional right. The second constitutional right this proposition violates is a minor's freedom of association. Article 4, Section 1 of the FSM Constitution also states, and I quote, "No law may impair the freedom of association," end quote. The freedom of association allows individuals to voluntarily join or form groups and organizations for various purposes. By restricting access to social media platforms for all minors, the government would effectively limit their ability to associate freely online, which is a fundamental right protected by the Constitution. The third constitutional right that this resolution violates is a minor's right to due process. Article 4, Section 3 of the FSM Constitution states, and I quote, "A person may not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law or be denied the equal protection of the laws," end quote. Due process requires that laws be both fair and reasonable. This resolution fails on both accounts. First, this blanket restriction is unfair because it applies to all minors without evaluation of their individual behavior. As a result, it denies them the opportunity to present evidence of responsible use. This bypasses their constitutional right to due process. Second, there is insufficient empirical evidence to justify such an extreme measure. The National Institute of Health's 2023 systematic review reported only a correlation, not causation, between social media use and mental health issues in adolescents. The NIH also cited broader factors such as family circumstances, socioeconomic conditions, and pre-existing psychological vulnerabilities as more significant contributors. Without direct causal evidence between social media use and its dangers, the proposal to restrict access for all minors is unreasonable. Public policy, especially one that infringes upon fundamental constitutional rights, must be grounded in clear and compelling evidence. As it stands, the proposed resolution lacks the necessary foundation to justify such an extensive infringement on minors' rights. The second reason to oppose this proposition is that it violates key provisions of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, for which the FSM is a signatory. In May 1993, the FSM became a signatory member of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, commonly referred to as the CRC. The CRC is a binding international agreement that outlines the fundamental rights of a child. As a party to this treaty, the FSM is legally required to uphold its provisions. Supporting this proposition would be at odds with the FSM's obligations under the CRC as it violates two key provisions. The first being Article 13, which states, and I quote, "The child shall have the right to freedom of expression, end quote. And as we demonstrated in our first main point, this law would violate the very right that Article 13 aims to protect. The second CRC provision this proposition violates is Article 17, which states, and I quote, "State parties shall ensure that the child has access to information and material from a diversity of national and international sources, especially those aimed at the promotion of his or her social, spiritual, and moral well-being and physical health," end quote. This article makes it clear that children have the right to access a wide range of information, both nationally and internationally, that supports their development and well-being. Social media is one of the primary ways today's youth accesses such information. And by restricting their access to these platforms, this proposition limits their exposure to educational, cultural, and health-related content, and therefore violates the protections guaranteed by Article 17. The CRC mandates any restrictions on children's rights must be necessary, proportional, and legitimate. Limiting social media for all children under 18 would be an excessive measure because it assumes that all online engagement is harmful. The third reason to oppose this proposition is that it violates the vagueness doctrine. The vagueness doctrine in the FSM requires that criminal laws be clearly defined so that ordinary citizens can understand what conduct is prohibited and avoid arbitrary enforcement. According to our interviews with both the FSM, Department of Justice, and the Pohnpei State Attorney General's Office, if this resolution were to be passed, it would be classified as criminal law. That means that it must pass the standards for clarity and precision required by the vagueness doctrine. However, this resolution fails that test. While this proposition seeks to restrict a minor's ability to access social media platforms, it fails to specify the type of restriction to be enforced. Does it seek to require parental consent and verification? Does it seek to impose daily time limits? Or does it seek to block access altogether? None of these crucial details are specified, and the affirmative team has not offered a clear explanation of what the proposed restriction would actually look like. This leaves the public and law enforcement guessing. The FSM Supreme Court has ruled against this kind of ambiguity before. In the 1983 case, FSM v. Noda, the court declared that a law violates the Constitution if it is, and I quote, "so vague that men of common intelligence must necessarily guess at its meaning and defer as to its application," end quote. In the 2007 case, Philip v. Krashai, the court ruled, and I quote, "a law permits arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement if it does not provide explicit enforcement standards," end quote. The court explained that vague laws are dangerous because they allow law enforcement and judges to, quote, "subjectively determine basic policy questions on a case-by-case basis," end quote. This proposition invites this kind of danger. Without the type of restriction explicitly defined, and given the lack of a global standard for restricting a minor's social media access, this resolution would be vulnerable to unfair and inconsistent enforcement. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we must not trade clarity for confusion. This resolution does not bring real protection. It brings uncertainty, false security, and a high risk of violating constitutional principles. For these reasons, this proposition should be struck down. Now, my speaking partner, Tony Predrick, will demonstrate the impracticalities of implementing this resolution.
The fourth and final reason to oppose this proposition is that it presents numerous practical challenges in implementation. I will focus on 4 specific ones. The first impracticality is that large social media companies are not under FSM's jurisdiction. Enforcing such a restriction would depend heavily on cooperation from international tech companies like TikTok, Snapchat, and Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram. These companies are not under FSM jurisdiction and are unlikely to prioritize enforcement of policies that apply to only one small nation. U.S. states like Georgia and Texas are with a population under 100,000 does not have the political or economic leverage to demand meaningful enforcement from these companies. Now, even if the FSM were to rely on its own agencies to enforce these restrictions, the next three reasons demonstrate why this proposition is still not a good idea for the FSM. Nationwide social media restriction would be at the ISP level. However, ISPs like Starlink, who operate globally, are unlikely to comply with restrictive policies such as content filtering or mandatory user verification. In similar cases elsewhere, Starlink has withdrawn services when national regulations conflicted with their operational model. This would disproportionately harm residents of remote islands where FSMTC lacks the infrastructure to provide consistent service. For many, Starlink is their only connection to online education, communication, and vital services. The 2021 FSM National ICT and Cybersecurity Roadmap even acknowledges the FSM's severe digital access gaps. Forcing providers like Starlink out would not protect minors. It would further isolate them and their families. In trying to restrict social media, this resolution risks cutting off entire communities from the digital world. The third impracticality I'd like to highlight is that this proposition could increase the risk of cyber crimes for private citizens. During our interview with FSMTC, it was confirmed that the only practical way to enforce a nationwide social media restriction would be to block all VPNs, since VPNs allow users to hide their IP addresses and bypass restrictions. However, banning VPNs would pose a serious cybersecurity risk. Think of using the internet without a VPN like sending a postcard in the mail. Anyone who handles it along the way can see what you wrote and see where it's going. But using a VPN is like sending that same message in a locked box from a secret location, keeping your information private and secure. Cybersecurity experts warn that removing access to VPNs could expose users, especially students and professionals, to greater risk of hacking, surveillance, and data theft. In fact, a 2021 report by Cybersecurity Ventures, a leading research firm worldwide, predicts that cybercrime will cost the world $10.5 trillion annually by 2025. Highlighting the need to strengthen digital protections, not weaken them. In short, banning VPNs to enforce this law would weaken everyone's online security. We should not put the entire country at risk just to control what minors see on social media. The fourth and final impracticality is the unfair burden it would place on already underserved communities in the FSM. In our interview with FSMTC, we learned that to enforce this law, FSMTC would also need to create a national registry of citizens, requiring parents to formally grant consent for their child's access. This would place a heavy burden on families in remote areas who would be forced to travel to the mainland just to complete this process. If the law requires parental consent to allow their child access to social media, how will families in remote areas without internet or FSMT offices give that consent? Will they be forced to travel long distance to communities? Focus on digital media use. Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 2. Proponents, rebuttal, Chuk Team 2. You have 5 minutes.
Before I delve into my points, I want to restate, or to the best of my ability, the points that they brought up. The first was the fundamental that it does not support the fundamentals of the Constitution, so basically unconstitutional. Second, it abuses mental health, and then later on. But to further elaborate on the fundamental or Constitution, so the opposing team, you guys have expressed that freedom of expression is deeply rooted in our Constitution. Were you aware that our founding fathers created this Constitution for a reason? It is for the very citizens of this nation. the fact that we're claiming and say that minors should have absolute will or free will to do their own decisions is basically contradicting the Constitution itself, because the Constitution was only set in stone for us citizens to follow and for the further decades to come. A question I would like to ask to them is, how is an individual rid of life, liberty, and property online due to restrictions, especially for minors? Minors are exposed to more harm online that influences them to act negatively in real life. And then on the second point, they mentioned about mental health, that it is unreasonable, and it goes against the event that the FSM signed with the United Nations of Child Rights, which provides to legally uphold the children's provisions. This also goes against the fact of the access of information. So for minors online, they are more likely exposed to unfiltered information, not knowing what information is right or wrong. They just take in everything like a sponge. They brought up convincing points about diversity and international sources that minors could get from online. But what about summer programs? What about debate programs abroad? Like, take it for example, as recently in 2024, there was a program called the Junior State of America Civics Immersion Program. It took place in California at Stanford University. A good amount of FSM students ranging from the state of Bombay and the state of Chuk, they had the chance and opportunity to represent FSM. But due to the numbers and due to the lack of fundings that the government provided, the program sadly closed down after 90 years. Sadly, it seems that most of minors today are not aware of such programs that they can take. They claim that they could get such opportunities online, but if they really want to connect their kids outside, then don't show them the world first. Prepare them to go out to the world. Another point, well, as you all may know, FSM has put in effort to work with the United Nations and other well-known organizations. So it is about time that FSM should take into consideration to cooperate with other organizations present. And then the other one is that it increases cyber crimes over citizens. They say that a crime over a child is worse than a crime for adult. And especially since this world is averse first to such fast-paced technology. And the last point is that they said or claimed that it will put an unfair burden and make such restriction irresponsible for minors. They provided examples such as digital literacy. Well, first of all, digital literacy is very complex in terms of how to use.
Time's up. Thank you, Chuk Team 2. Opponent's response to the rebuttal. Pohnpei Team 2, you have 3 minutes.
Honorable judges, I thank the affirmative team for their rebuttal. In our affirmative main argument, we presented 4 compelling reasons in support of the proposition. In their rebuttal, our opponents attempted to address all 4 of our reasons. To how this proposition violates the Convention on the Rights of the Child, they stated that minors would be more likely to face these dangers elsewhere. However, we'd like to question where this evidence stems from. To our 4th main point on the impracticalities of implementing this resolution, they stated that they would rather work with the social media companies. However, these companies are privately owned, meaning that they are not actually obligated to follow through. partnerships give us an illustration on private sectors, which includes corporations, financial institutions, investors, meaning other than following government restrictions to humanitarian laws, they still have more freedom. Furthermore, it means that they are less likely to follow laws, especially under the FSM government. Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 2. It is now time for the summation and closing. Proponents, summation, Chuk Team 2, you have 4 minutes.
Once again, thank you to the opposing team for the response. Overall, our team, the affirmative, has come to a conclusion that regardless of social media's concise and effective use, for social media is a double-edged sword. It may not just be on Micronesian kids themselves. No doubt, education is key, but unreliable digital learning is more disadvantaged than practice that it will shield against harmful content. Please, let me rephrase that. Please consider passing this resolution to shield against harmful content, promote mental wellness, enhance productivity over addiction, and restore culture heritage with authenticity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuk Team 2. Opponents, it is time for your closing and summation. Pohnpei Team 2, you have 4 minutes.
Honorable judges, esteemed moderator, distinguished timekeeper, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the affirmative team for their passionate arguments and for contributing to this important conversation. However, the negative side remains strongly opposed to the proposition which states, and I quote, "Now therefore, be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube," end quote. Now, I would like to revisit our main argument. We based our opposition to this proposition on 4 compelling reasons. First, this resolution violates fundamental rights guaranteed by the FSM Constitution. It infringes upon a minor's freedom of expression, freedom of association, and right to due process. These rights are explicitly protected under Article 4 of the Constitution, and no law, no matter how well-intentioned, should override these foundational freedoms without clear and conclusive evidence. Second, the resolution is in direct conflict with the United Nations Convention on the Right of the Child, to which the FSM is a signatory. Articles 13 and 17 of the CRC guarantee children the right to access and share information through any media of their choice. By cutting off access to that FSM is legally bound to uphold. Third, the resolution fails to meet the constitutional standards set by the vagueness doctrine. It lacks clarity about what type of restriction is being put in place and the scope of its enforcement. This leaves room for arbitrary interpretation and inconsistent enforcement. This legal ambiguity endangers fair treatment and equal protection promised under the law. Fourth and finally, the resolution presents overwhelming practical challenges. It demands cooperation from foreign social media companies and internet service providers beyond FSM's control. It risks driving out important telecommunications companies such as Starlink, imposes unfair burdens on rural communities, and weakens cybersecurity by taking away tools like VPNs. In trying to enforce this law, we would disrupt access to education, isolate communication with outer island families, and hinder the digital literacy of our youth. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, let's be clear. This resolution does not deliver safety. It imposes unnecessary control. It does not protect our children. It strips away their rights, limits their opportunities, and jeopardizes their digital future. Our forefathers fought hard for the freedoms we hold today. The real solution lies not in restriction, but in making policies that protect youth while respecting their rights and potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Pohnpei Team 2. It is now time for the judges' questioning. Judges, you may begin.
I'd like to thank everybody. I can see how much research you have put into this, and all of your hard work has really paid off. Those debates were excellent. I'd like to ask this question specifically just to the proponents, and I wanted to inquire more about this study. You were referring to a study that was done based on Xavier parents. I can see that you're holding up some pie charts. Can you tell me more about this? Who did the study, and what were the questions that were asked? And ultimately, just a little bit more about those results. It's fascinating.
Thank you, Honorable Judge, for your question. So to credit or to elaborate on the survey that we took, so this survey was conducted online through Google Survey Forms or Google Forms. We had the permission of our principal to send it out to the last year's Xavier students to take on research on how social media affects kids, especially to parents. The title of our survey is called Social Media Survey for Parents, but we also have a separate one. It's also conducted for students. It's called For Students too. The questions that we asked was, what is the average screen time your child or children uses in a day? Most of them, from 29%, 6%, 12%, and 51%, about 51% claim that most of their children spend about 2 to 4 hours, so about a good amount. And then another question we asked was, what is your children's mostly used social media app? And most of them confirmed that out of all the apps, YouTube was the most dominant. And then another question was, is there a certain time limit for your child or children to be online? And most of them answered with yes. They claimed these, but in the further questions, in the further results or statistics, they contradict the question. The other question is, do you monitor your child's online activities? And then some say often, but not most definitely. And then the last question is, based on your personal observation, has the usage of social media drastically affected your child's performance in school? And most of them said yes. This answer goes against the third question that we asked in the survey. It supports the third question. Is there a certain time limit for your children? Based on these statistics, even though parents monitor or set time limits for their children to be online, most of them fell far more worse in school using social media than without. And then as for the students, we asked questions such as, how often do you use social media? And most of them said rarely. About 79% to 16.9% and 1%. And then, of course, the most dominant social media used app is YouTube. And then another question is, what is your average screen time? And then most of them claimed to be about 10 to plus hours. Even though their parents claimed that they used 2 to 4 hours online, the kids themselves claim that they spend 10 plus hours. And then the last question was them agreeing to this resolution. Would you agree to restricting access to social media for minors under the age of 18? And from 72.9% winning over 27.1%, most of them disagree. From this research, we found out that even though kids themselves know the harm, they don't want to put the effort into restricting it. But this mentality has been constantly pushed out to social media's fast pace. So, yeah.
I'm really impressed. I can't believe you did all that research and study. Fantastic. Thank you.
I'll start by saying thanks to both teams. I think you both did a great job. The question I have will be for the opponent's team. And It's kind of about a topic that I think both teams sort of touched on in their own way, but the term social media platforms is itself somewhat open-ended or undefined. And so can you tell me a little bit more about how that open-endedness affected your team's strategy for this debate? Sure, maybe I'll put it this way. I think the term online social media platforms could be viewed as encompassing maybe websites like Facebook, or maybe back in the day MySpace or something, or it could be it could be defined in a way that includes I think Skype was mentioned earlier, but also maybe something like FaceTime or even iMessage or text messaging at some level, emails potentially. And so can you tell me more about how your team maybe talked about or wrestled with the inherent kind of ambiguity in the phrase online social media platforms?
First of all, thank you for that question. Unfortunately, we don't really have an answer to that question.
No, that's fine. I appreciate the candor in that. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, my respects to all of you for being here. It's an incredible accomplishment. You should be very proud. Today's debate was excellent. Shows why you're all here. I have a question for both teams, and I'm going to apologize because it's going to sound a little bit tricky. I'm not trying to trick anyone. But this is kind of a meta question about what this debate is about. Because the opponents or the con side, most of your arguments seem to focus on the law would be illegal, the law would be impractical, and those points are very well taken. My question is, if I'm sitting here judging effects, restriction would be desirable, while also agreeing that in practice, it's not going to be feasible. And in that situation, have you sold me on the resolution and therefore won, or have you proven that the resolution is impractical and therefore won? And I'd like both sides to give your views on that.
Which question is the one? Which question is the answer?
To both. To both. Yes.
So even if we answer, they can also answer?
I would like to hear both sides. Yes.
To answer your question, we understand that this resolution, it would be difficult or it wouldn't be feasible to actually implement protocols or procedures that we could use within the FSM to actually ensure the safety and guarantee everything will be set straight or correctly or in place for the future of our minors. We understand that we may not have had demonstrated the most appealing argument that this restriction would, but we do still strongly believe that when you asked about, I'm so sorry, can you please rephrase the last part of your question?
So the question is if one side has convinced me of the theoretical value of the resolution, and one side has convinced me that it's entirely impractical, am I agreeing with the resolution, or am I disagreeing with the resolution? If on the one hand they say it would be nice, but on the other hand I'm saying it just can't happen.
That really is a tricky question. I feel that, or from my perspective, because of all the research we did, we came to a point where we ourselves didn't know if, we convinced ourselves that both sides were correct. Whether we had passed this resolution and truly implemented the solutions that we had in store that we didn't get to mention everything of, because we sort of get nervous and it all slips away, or if we don't pass this resolution and we stay where we are and just watch as our country evolves with the technology that's coming into our country. So in summary, we understand that you could theoretically agree with this resolution while fully understanding that it will be hard to implement this restriction. But we also understand that you could disagree with this resolution and feel that social media or technology will actually improve our country rather than us trying to put that restriction on the minors and not helping them get anywhere far in the tech world as they grow older. At least that's as far as I can understand with this tricky question. I hope that sort of answered your question.
No, that was great. Thank you. And I look forward to the other side.
First of all, thank you for your question. Wait, before I give my answer, could I ask if you could please repeat your question one more time?
No problem. It merits repeating because I think it's not fully borne out in my head either. It kind of goes to what we're debating today. If I find myself agreeing with the resolution in sentiment and thinking social media seems very harmful and they've identified a lot of risk and parental concern over usage, that makes me think, oh, some restriction would be good. Have I then agreed with the resolution if at the same time I'm thinking, but it simply cannot be done in a legal and practical way?
I'd like my partner to...
Okay, so like my speaking part, you say first you would acknowledge their side and that, yeah, there is a problem and that we should implement some sort of restriction, resolution, proposition, something like that. But when you also ask the question at the end, you end with, but also, I also acknowledge your side and that this would be problematic and there would be problems with implementation and all this stuff. So yeah, notice how you end off the question with this, because this seems to be the more overbearing side, or like the side that would have more weight to your thoughts. So yeah, I guess to sum it all up, you would be kind of on both sides, but outweighed by our side. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, judges. We have come to the end of the second debate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our debaters a big round of applause. Thank you, Chuk Team 2 and Bombay Team 2. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon again. And my name is Johnny Peter, and I will be the moderator for this debate. And this is the third debate for the day. And debating for the affirmative is Team Yap, and debating for the negative is Team Chuk One. And before we proceed with the main debate, let's start with the Team Yap. Each of you just stand up and introduce yourself. Go ahead. Thank you, Team Yap and Team Chuk One. Introduce yourself. Thank you, Team Chuk One. So the debate format, we will start with the introduction. And proponents, you will have 3 minutes for your introduction. And so as the opponents, you will have 3 minutes for your introduction. Then we will move down to proponents' main argument. And you will have 15 minutes for your main argument. Then after that, the opponents will have 5 minutes to rebut your main argument. And you will be allotted 3 minutes to respond to the opponent's main rebuttal to your main arguments. And then we will move down to opponents for the proposition. You will have 15 minutes also for your main argument. And the proponents, you will have 5 minutes to rebut their main argument. And then opponents, you will have 3 minutes to respond to their rebuttals. And then down to summation, each of you will have 4 minutes for your summation. After that, we will move on with the questioning part from the judges. So we're ready to proceed? Timekeeper? Okay, let's begin with the proponents' introduction, and you have 3 minutes.
Kamargad. Good afternoon and greetings. Kasalelia, Mogathin, Rananim, Lenwo. Kamarale everyone. Before we begin, we would like to pay our respect to the spirits of these great islands, our elders, the people of Koshrai, and the federal states of Micronesia. We would also like to pay our respect to all dignitaries, honorable judges, the members of the audience, those visiting, and those who have come from around the FSM to participate in this debate. My name is Anthony Ritmach. With me here is my partner Martin Adiliong and our alternative speaker, Aaron Southwick. We are the debate team representing YAP, and we are strongly for the resolution, which states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federal States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube," end quote. This is not a new conversation, nor should it be taken lightly. Around the world, countries have already recognized the danger and taken action, banning social media access for anyone under 16 and punishing companies that defy the law. And yet, in the Federal States of Micronesia, we are still allowing thousands of vulnerable children, minors under 18, to roam unsupervised through a digital world designed to exploit their attention, manipulate their emotion, and profit from their addiction. Let us be clear. Social media is not harmless entertainment. For minors, it is a weaponized platform. It fuels anxiety, depression, and self-harm. It exposes children to predators, sexual content, violent imagery, and toxic comparison, often before they even hit puberty. Algorithms push alienating, inappropriate, and psychologically damaging content just to keep them scrolling, and we've unfortunately allowed this to become their normal. We say enough is enough. It's time the Federal States of Micronesia steps up and protects its children. Our children deserve better than likes and algorithms. They deserve safety, clarity, and a future not dictated by a screen. By restricting social media access for anyone under 18, we are not taking away a right. We are preserving mental health, preventing cyberbullying and exposure to inappropriate content, improving academic focus, and encouraging real-world growth over virtual validation. Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. Now, opponents, you have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Rananim, or more so, greetings. I would like to give my utmost respect to our judges, to my fellow debaters, and to the audience. I, Naila Kelo Eliza, stand here before you all to represent the Saraman Chuk Academy debate team from the state of Chuk and express that we are against this year's national debate of 2025 motion that states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube," end quote. While the concerns regarding child safety and mental health are truly valid, we believe that total restriction or banning of all social media platforms and websites for minor children under the age of 18 is not necessary. Let us get straight to our points, shall we? Well, first and foremost, social media provides a broad platform for the newer and older generations to express themselves, make and keep connections, and stay up to date with the world. With that being said, we find that it is impossible in this day and age to enforce such a nationwide restriction, especially with social media's prevalence and helpfulness in today's society. Secondly, restricting social media also prevents our youth from keeping informed of the everyday advancements of technology and society, whether that is in our nation or within neighboring countries or ally countries. And lastly, restricting minors from social media also means denying them their rights of freedom of expression, access to information, and association. All of these points hold relevance to our islands in Micronesia and the youth that occupies the Federated States of Micronesia. Without minors having access to social media platforms, it takes away another pathway that helps young Micronesian groups to have the ability to stay connected with the world and with the endless possibilities and opportunities that come with it. Especially with such a remote nation like ours, we believe that it would be doing more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you, opponents of the proposition. Now, proponents, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
To reiterate what was stated in our introduction, we are strongly for the resolutions for these reasons. Number one, restricting social media for minors preserves mental health. Number two, it improves focus and encourages more physically and mentally stimulating activities. Number three, it prevents exposure to inappropriate content. And lastly, number four, it prevents cyberbullying. To begin, social media is a very powerful tool, but when placed in the hands of minors, it can become a very dangerous one. Adolescents are still developing critical parts of their brain, particularly the prefrontal cortex, which governs decision-making, impulse control, and risk assessment. According to the National Institute of Health, the brain does not fully mature until the early to mid-20s. So this means that minors, those under 18, are naturally more impulsive, emotionally reactive, and susceptible to peer pressure. And on social media, these traits can be very dangerous. They can lead to dangerous behavior, such as oversharing of private information, falling for scams, or even failing to recognize manipulation and misinformation. Neurologists have also found that we need to encourage a more thoughtful and encouraging environment in order to improve the well-being, development, and problem-solving skills of minors. Therefore, expecting a developing mind to safely navigate through an online world with unregulated media filled with harmful ideologies is unrealistic. Restrictions protect from this kind of exposure to misleading or harmful content. Restrictions foster more critical thinking and media literacy. Overall, restrictions help to protect the privacy of our minors. Our first point recognizes that a restriction would protect the youth's mental health. The mental health consequences of social media use amongst minors are undeniable. Studies have shown a strong correlation between time spent on social media and increased rates of anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem, especially among teens. The Pew Research Center reports that 71% of 13 to 17-year-olds use Facebook, 52% use Instagram, and 41% use Snapchat. This constant exposure to specified, filtered, and unrealistic images can distort a young person's self-image, oftentimes leading to body dissatisfaction and feelings of inadequacy. These platforms are designed to keep users trapped in cycles of comparison, validation, and self-doubt. And for minors whose self-worth and identities are still forming, this can unfortunately lead to very serious long-term damage. Our second point recognizes that by restricting access to social media for minors, we are improving focus and encouraging physically and mentally stimulating activities. Social media is not only harming mental health, it is also robbing minors of focus, productivity, and appreciation of their own culture. Hours spent scrolling through videos, responding to notifications, or even having a screen time of about 7 to 8 hours daily takes away from studying, learning, and real-life development. Social media encourages procrastination and laziness in children, and it displays a digital world that becomes seemingly better than the world around them. The FSM Bill of Rights-114 Local Custom states that due recognition shall be given to local customs in providing a system of law, and nothing in this chapter shall be construed to limit or invalidate any part of the existing customary law, except as otherwise provided by law. The social disintegration hypothesis also describes how the gradual replacement of traditional Micronesian norms by economic and cultural modernization leads to the disruption of the family dynamic and the foundation of culture. Social media allows more and constant influence that is fed into these highly impressionable minors, oftentimes pushing them to disregard their own culture for the benefits that this decision will be putting on the culture of the people. By restricting social media, we create space more likely to explore creative, physical, educational, and culture-alluring outlets. Whether it be joining sports teams, fishing, reading, weaving baskets, or listening to stories from the elders, or even simply playing outside. All of these activities are far healthier for physical and mental development. They provide stimulation that strengthens the mind instead of draining it, and it brightens the knowledge of our future generations as well. Our third point recognizes that by restricting social media access for minors, it prevents their exposure to inappropriate content. One of the most serious concerns nowadays concerning social media use amongst children is the exposure to inappropriate content. Social media platforms are filled with unfiltered material ranging from violent images, adult videos, explicit language, and even to harmful ideologies. In fact, a 2022 e-safety report states that 62% of teens had been exposed to this type of harmful content. And while we know some of this content may be intended specifically towards adults, children often come across it either accidentally or through peer sharing. Dr. Murphy of Yale University noted that repeated exposure to self-harm related content can lead to the normalization of dangerous behaviors and has been linked to increases in suicide ideation among adolescents. Internet access is expanding rapidly, and youth are seemingly able to abuse the uses of their smartphones. For instance, in neighboring Samoa, a school counselor working with middle schooler quotes, "Now we have Starlink and free Wi-Fi in public areas. Kids can go on any site with no control. Parents may think their kids are doing homework, but many times they are not." Many risks are becoming increasingly relevant. So despite the small population, data shows that over 44% of the FSM population, which is roughly around 100,000, use Facebook, and with thousands of users likely under the age of 18. Age-specific filters are minimal, and platforms often fail to moderate content in local languages or cultural contexts. Pacific educator Hamilton notes, "We don't really know what our kids are looking at because they're doing it on their own time. Nearly 6 in 10 adolescent girls say they've been contacted by a stranger on a certain confusion, feeding them the time and space to learn before being exposed to things they are not yet ready to learn, before being exposed to things they are not yet ready to handle." Our fourth and final point recognizes that by restricting social media access for minors, we are preventing cyberbullying. Social media, as we know nowadays, is a breeding ground for cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is the bullying with the use of electronic devices that is prone to causing mental health issues when a victim receives derogatory messages, threats, leaked personal information, and public humiliation. But unlike traditional bullying, which usually stops when a student leaves school, cyberbullying follows victims home, into their bedrooms, and onto their phones 24/7. Unfortunately, social media platforms facilitate interactions between people that are harmful. According to the National Institute of Health in the US, in 2016, over 12,000 child deaths were reported. Shockingly, 21% of those were intentional, primarily suicides. Of students aged 12 to 18 who reported being bullied, 21.6% experienced online harassment. And a staggering 20% of cyberbullies minors consider suicide. And very, very unfortunately, 10% go on to attempt it. Now, this just shows a statistic of the USA, but the same occurs here on our very own islands. For example, there have been cases of suicide on the island of Yap because of cyberbullying and online blackmailing. We should be putting all our efforts into preventing this on our islands. Social media platforms are unfortunately not equipped to handle this crisis. They allow predators, bullies, and harmful content to reach minors with little oversight, which we are letting happen. Therefore, to conclude, we are the proponents of the resolution, and we are strongly for the resolution because it prevents cyberbullying, preserves mental health, improves academic focus, and encourages physically and mentally stimulating activities, and it preserves mental health. And we would like to remind us all here that this restriction is done only with the betterment of the youth in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. Opponents, you now have 5 minutes to rebut proponent's main argument.
Thank you, proposing team, for your argument, but we are truly not convinced. Regarding your point on mental health, shouldn't we prioritize spreading more awareness on mental health than taking away the causes of mental health issues? There are many other causes to mental health issues, so why not focus on spreading more awareness and get professionals to help them rather than taking away all the causes? Once again, since our nations in our islands are secluded from other nations and countries.
On your point regarding improving academic focus and fitness, social media can help promote fitness and academics by helping teaching us how to improve by connecting with professionals and academic masters. Shouldn't we instead leave it up to the parents and guardians to rather teach their children instead of fully restricting minors overall and taking it away from them? For freeing time for other stimulating activities. While social media restrictions can force children to have time for other things, shouldn't it be up to them or their own parents to choose what to do with their time? And regarding your point on inappropriate content, most adult websites already have some sort of quote unquote restriction, making it clear that they are not meant for minors. How can we be so sure that just because restrictions are set, that our youth will fully be restricted from these sites? Thank you.
Thank you, opponents. Now, proponents, you have 3 minutes to respond to opponents' rebuttal.
Thank you, opponents, for your rebuttal. Now I will respond. For your point on the parents saying that the parents should be the ones who monitor their children, parental monitoring is ideal, but unrealistic in many households where parents are working long hours and lack digital literacy themselves. Social media is designed to keep addictive and designed to be addictive and secretive, making parental controls insufficient. Restrictions provide a structured safeguard to support families, not replace guidance. And on your point on mental health issues, we cannot fully shelter our children. What we can do is protect them. So we are taking off a huge burden when we take away social media because they don't have this harmful exposure to them at a young age. Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. Now we will move down and hear the opponents' main presentation on the team, and you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Honorable judges, respected fellow debaters, ladies and gentlemen, let us once again go over the core arguments that influence and stand as the foundational factors in this debate. Number one, restricting social media from minors in our nation is impossible considering our nation geographically and the fact that our nations aren't ready technologically. Number two, restricting minors from having social media access also slows down the technological advancements of our society today and the future of our society. And lastly, number three, restricting minors from social media is denying them their rights of freedom, access to information, and expression, which is also in the FSM Constitution. Now, allow me to give further explanation on why these 3 points powerfully support our claim. Well, firstly, enforcing such a restriction in our nation and in this day and age is why. Well, let's simply go over the geography of our islands. The Federated States of Micronesia is located in the Western Pacific Ocean, consisting of over 600 islands that are scattered across millions of square miles of ocean. Now, how is that relevant to our topic? Well, Some of these islands are inhabitant, but majority are depending on decentralized internet infrastructure. So, to enforce such a restriction to only minors in the FSM, we would need a nationwide internet filtering system, which Micronesia, or more so, the Federated States of Micronesia, is not ready for. As proven by the USG recently working to expand its internet access through projects to improve wireless broadband and connectivity in underserved areas. End quote. An example being in the Federated States of Micronesia, Chuuk and Pohnpei's FSMTC Wi-Fi, as they were recently working on expanding internet access and connections with neighboring countries, being as the past few days there has been an internet and service outage due to the work being done on the FSMTC cable systems. So, if multiple places in the Federated States of Micronesia are still currently working on updating our internet infrastructure and access, how can we be able to move on to much larger projects, such as restricting minors from having social media access, if we are still working on simple projects such as improving internet connection? It is clearly obvious that our nation is not ready for such advanced steps with technology. But if that doesn't convince you, then let's also consider our Federated States of Micronesian government, another key onto why it would be impossible to impose such a restriction. So, since our Federated States of Micronesian government has no legal authority over the endless social media platforms such as Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube, imposing such a restriction is just impractical. In June of 2023, the U.S. Department of Justice had made a note regarding technology regulations stating, and I quote, "Jurisdiction without established legal agreements or leverage over international digital platforms face challenges in enforcing content restrictions and user regulations." End quote. So, let's say, even if the Federated States of Micronesian government were to pass a law that restricts minors from having access to all social media platforms, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube, well, the chances that these platforms would comply are unlikely and probably 0 to none, deeming it as, and I previously had said, impossible. And furthermore, attempting such a controversial move would result in disharmony within our already secluded nation. So, why should we create such an unnecessary solution in our already secluded nation over such an unenforceable law? With that being said, restricting social media access for minor children under the age of 18 is not only unrealistic, but also logistically impossible, as our islands are still developing, both technologically and structurally. But beyond the hurdles regarding technicality and legal enforcement, there is a larger issue also at hand: the future of our society's digital progress. As an already isolated nation like ours, it wouldn't be good to further isolate the younger generation in the Federated States of Micronesia from the rest of the world. Now, would it? Well, as our second point clearly states, a restriction of social media for minors would be slowing down the progression of our newer and future generations to come. Technological advancements in society as a whole as well. Now, what would us Micronesians need social media platforms for in our everyday lives? Well, let's talk about one of the most unique main sources of income in our lovely islands of Chuuk, Pohnpei, Kosrae, and Yap, especially found in Chuuk and Pohnpei. Here on our islands, the majority of the family's main sources of income is through agriculture and the distinct way we market our agricultural goods. Many of our businesses use social media platforms such as Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube to showcase what goods they have to offer to our community. Now, yes, these are quote unquote family owned businesses, but they also rely heavily on today's new generation to help with newer and more up to date marketing techniques and trends. By letting the younger generations like us come up with more ideas that can reel in the customers, keep business flowing, and so on. Ideas like social media pages, ads on Instagram, and things that promote products and services and attract customers. These ideas don't only support local businesses and families, but they also act as additional contributors to helping modernize our communities. But that isn't all. Again, referring back to our geographically isolated nation. Restricting minors from accessing social media also means taking away their access to communicating with families abroad. In 2021, the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat had stated, and I quote, "The rapid advancement of technology is propelling our world into a digital era. Embracing this digital revolution is our collective regional response to securing a digital future for our region," end quote, which verifies that nations in the Pacific like the federal challenges of being such a isolated nation. So my question regarding that statement is, if social media is key to securing a digital future for our generation and future generations in the Pacific nations, then why are we trying to discourage them from engaging with the exact necessities that will be key to having digital futures? Restricting all online social media platforms from minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube, would only be undermining the progress that has already been made, creating great controversy. And finally, continuing on to our last, most obvious, and most crucial key point. When talking about this restriction, we must also take a moment to consider the legal and moral implications that will be if such a restriction were to pass. Restricting minors from all social media platforms would be denying them their rights of freedom, access to information, and association. How? Well, let's take a dive into the FSM's constitution, shall we? In the Federated States of Micronesia's constitution, in Article 4, Section 1, it confirms and guarantees freedom of expression, not to just legal adult citizens, but also minors, by stating, and I quote, "No law may deny or impair freedom of expression, peaceable assembly, association, or petition," end quote, which means restricting minors from accessing social media would be unlawfully unconstitutional. If that wasn't enough, then let's also consider the international human rights law. So, according to Article 13 of the UN Convention on the Rights of a Child, which may I also add, the Federated States had also ratified in 1993, they state, and I quote, "The child shall have the right to freedom of expression. This right shall include freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers," end quote. But then they finish off by stating, and I quote, "through any other media of this child's choice," end quote. So, as it has been clearly stated in this law, children are granted the freedom to express oneself, to seek oneself, and to receive information. Passing the law that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube, is not only taking away or stripping away a constitutional right, but also grossly violating a human rights obligation. With that being said, we full-heartedly argue that restricting social media from strictly minors is impossible, harmful, and unlawful. Thank you.
Thank you, opponents of the proposition. Now, proponents, you have 5 minutes to rebut opponent's main argument. 5 minutes.
Thank you for your main argument. Now I will rebut. On your point, rights of freedom of expression, freedom and expression, is unrestricted freedom appropriate for someone who is still developing emotionally and mentally? We already set limits for voting, drinking, and driving for the same reason. And you also talked about in your main argument how minors use social media for self-expression. Can we really consider it self-expression if their thoughts and identities are shaped by constant comparison, peer pressure, and algorithms designed to manipulate? So basically, this question is asking, it's not their own self-expression. It's what they see online, and that's what they use to copy that.
You say that it is impossible to implement this, but no policy is ever implemented perfectly. But that doesn't mean that it isn't worth pursuing. Age restrictions on alcohol, driving, are not perfectly enforced, yet we maintain them for public safety. Social media restrictions can work along with education, community awareness, and digital literacy programs.
Thank you, proponents. Now, opponents, you have 3 minutes to respond to proponents' rebuttal. 3 minutes.
Thank you, proposing side, for your rebuttal. So I only have an answer for your first question. Oh, yeah, your first question. And it is that those laws regarding alcohol, driving, and age restrictions on those laws are already made because they can affect health and safety of the body. And that is why they were made in place. Thank you.
Thank you, opponents. Now we will move down and hear the summation from both sides, and we will begin with proponents' conclusion, and you have 4 minutes.
In conclusion, it is our responsibility to save this generation and protect the next generation in every way we can. Restricting social media access for minors in the Federal States of Micronesia isn't about limiting freedom. It's about creating a safer, healthier environment where children can grow, learn, and thrive. Our youth deserve more than algorithms and endless scrolling. They deserve purpose, protection, and a future shaped by real experiences, not by screens. As our children continue to live in a developing world where they are too exposed to mind-alternating material, unsupervised, this may cause more harm than it does good. As stated previously, their minds are not fully developed, making them prone to impulsive, risky behavior and choices that could create bad situations for themselves. The country should prioritize the future and growth of the next generation by reducing access for those under 18. In doing so, they are preserving mental health, preventing cyberbullying, improving academic focus, and encouraging real-world growth over virtual validation. What kind of freedom are we offering when the freedom leads to harm? When the data shows clear links between social media and anxiety, depression, and even suicide, inaction is no longer an option. We are not calling for censorship. We are calling for protection, responsibility, and safeguarding our future generation. Let's not wait for more harm to be done. Let's act now before it's too late. Again, I say, it's time we say enough is enough. Let's take a stand for their safety, for their future, and for a generation that deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. And now we will hear the conclusion from the opponents, and you have 4 minutes.
With all that being said, and all that I have previously stated regarding this year's 2025 national debate topic, which may I once again remind us is, be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. I, Naila Kealoa Eliza, from the state of Chuk, representing the Saraman Chuk Academy debate team, shall still stand here with firm conviction to oppose this resolution. We have already provided enough evidence to hopefully, or more I so faithfully say, surely convince us all that restriction is not the answer. We should more so teach our younger generations of today and tomorrow how to safely navigate social media. After all, mistakes are better off learned from than all over fully avoiding. As I have already previously stated and clearly outlined, the enforcement of such a restriction is realistic and logistically impossible, given the distinctive geography of our nation, our still developing infrastructure, and our government's limited authority over international digital platforms, as I have given proof for in my first point. Beyond its impracticality, this restriction would damage our nation's image, stifle innovation, and hinder the technological growth of our future generation, especially in today's day and age of the world where digital literacy and global connection are no longer luxuries, but necessities. Denying our youth access to social media is in a way denying them access to diverse opportunities. Most importantly, this restriction would directly violate the FSM constitutional rights of freedom of expression, access to information, and association, which, might I add, is enshrined in our Constitution and the International Human Rights Agreement, which was made in order to protect every citizen, including minors. So for these reasons, I proudly and wholeheartedly reaffirm our opposition to this resolution. I urge us all to consider the lasting consequences that such a policy or restriction would have, not just on our youth today, but on the rights, opportunities, and future of the Federated States of Micronesia and for generations to come. I hope that we will choose progress, freedom, and stand together for the future of our islands. Thank you.
Thank you, opponents. And that concludes the debate between Team Yap and Team Chuk 1. Congratulations, you all did a great presentation. At this time, I will allow the judges to ask questions for clarifications on your points that you raise on your arguments and the rebuttals and questioning the responses. So, judges, if you have any question, it's your time.
Thank you. I wanted to thank everybody for your presentations. They were fantastic. I am impressed with all the amount of work and research you have put into your presentations. Impressive. I wanted to ask a question specifically to the proponents, and collectively, you can answer, but you mentioned a theory called the social disintegration theory. I've never heard of it. I'm not familiar with this theory. Can you tell me, I don't know whose theory it is, where you found it, and what is its implication specifically with the context of to YAP? Social integration, how is this theory applying specifically in the YAP context? I'm sorry, we generally don't let the alternates speak. Also, keep in mind, it's an ungraded section. I really am just curious about the theory, and it doesn't have points on its own. So feel free to just comment and reflect.
So the person who came up with this hypothesis is Father Hazel SJ, for coming in and showing their foreign values to the islands. Thank you.
No, thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you.
So I'd like to express my thanks to both teams as well and echo kind of what David said, that I think you both did fantastic jobs. And it's been a real treat today to get to hear all the different teams present their arguments. My question is just kind of informal, and again, this doesn't really impact our grading any, but I'd just be curious if over the course of your research and preparation for this debate, if your own personal opinions on this debate theme changed at all. I mean, really, it's kind of a question, maybe if both teams want to give maybe a short answer, I'd be curious to hear what you have to say.
If the question is unclear, you can always ask the person asking the question to clarify.
If there's no comments, or if you just kind of prefer to keep your own opinions to yourself, that's fine too. But
I think I understand what he's asking. He's asking maybe when you first read this debate theme, your reaction was, that's crazy, you wouldn't ban social media. Or maybe you looked at it and you said, yeah, absolutely you should. And then over the course of the many months you've obviously put into preparing for this, have you been having double, second thoughts about that and thinking, you know what, I initially thought it was ridiculous, but actually, or initially I thought it might be justified, and now I'm thinking, not so much.
Okay, so my team, I think maybe we should. So yeah, I just came to say that for.
For me personally, my parents never gave me social media, and I still don't have social media. So when I first read it, I was like, oh, this makes sense, make everyone like me. And as doing more research, my mind still hasn't changed. I still believe that we should restrict access because there are very harmful things that we can come across on social media. Thank you.
yeah, thank you. That's interesting. I think this is a very interesting and timely debate topic, so appreciate your perspectives.
Hello. I know that I haven't really talked to you guys today yet, but my name is Summer. I would say that my perspective on this debate topic is like, initially I was like, why would I want to ban my own apps that I use every single day? But I think after reading what Nyla has proposed and all that stuff, I do agree with it, but I think my only thing would be, it also just depends a lot on like the emotional maturity of people, because it's different when it comes to like children and then when it comes to like 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and those kind of people. So yeah, that was my takeaway from it.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to begin by echoing my colleagues, congratulating you all again on being here. It's a tremendous accomplishment. It required a ton of work, and that work shows in how well you're able to present your cases. I have to say I really enjoyed this debate because it really got to the heart of what I think this resolution was designed to get at, was the pros and cons of access to social media, because I don't think either side would say there's no good and there's no bad. And I want to say that this is what policymakers, what our elected representatives do every day, is weigh the costs and the benefits of a proposed action, try to decide what will do the most good for the country. It's also what we at the court often find ourselves doing in making legal decisions, is do the pros outweigh the cons. So since that was so central to this debate, and well acknowledging the opponent's arguments about feasibility and legal rights, I would like to ask both sides if you could identify to me, what is the biggest harm that comes to mind for you of social media? And give me your 30-second, what's the one biggest thing that you think it does that justifies banning it? And opponents, what's the one biggest benefit that would be lost if we did ban social media for children under 18? Just the first one that you think is the number one harm that would be done by the ban, and the number one harm that will be inflicted by not banning.
In my opinion, one of the biggest problems with social media, or like a con, would be the effects it has on our mental health, the negative side of it. Like, for example, like with depression, anxiety, and suicide. Yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you.
So, from my perspective, or my team's perspective, we think that taking away social media would be taking away opportunities, such as, like, what should I say, academically, and also opportunities to, like, see the world in other people's perspectives.
Thank you, judges. I think that's the last question. And again, congratulations. You all did a great presentation on your case. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give Team Yaben Chukwan a big round of applause. Okay, we will proceed with the fourth debate this afternoon. And in front of us, we have Bombay Team 1 debating affirmative, and Chuk Team 2 debating negative. And the panel of judges, the same. The format for the debate, we will begin with the introduction. Proponents, you will have 3 minutes for your introduction. Opponents, you will have 3 minutes for your introduction. Then we will move down and hear the proponents' main argument, and you will have 15 minutes. And after that, opponents, you will have 5 minutes for your rebuttal. And then proponents, you will have 3 minutes to respond to opponents' rebuttal. And then we will hear the opponent's main argument, and that is 15 minutes. Then proponents, you will have 5 minutes to respond to the opponent's main argument. And opponents, you will have 3 minutes to respond to the proponent's rebuttal. And then we do the summation, and both sides will have 4 minutes for the summation. So let's begin with the fourth debate between Bombay Team 1 and Chuk Team 2. Proponents, you have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Honorable judges, respected moderator, director, all the amazing FSM Supreme Court staffs, our dear debate coaches, esteemed audience, fellow debaters, ladies and gentlemen, Kamorale. I am Jasmine Rose Ringland, my co-debater is Karishma Paul, and our alternate is Justine Gianna Baleb. We are from Bombay Team, prison our youth, but to guide them safely through dangerous waters. And why is this urgent? Because the facts are undeniable. Unchecked social media is causing harm to the mental health, education, culture, and even the security of our young people. We cannot just sit back and do nothing. In our main arguments today, we will present to you 10 strong and compelling arguments. Each argument stands on solid evidence, moral wisdom, and lived experience. Each one is a reminder that our children's lives are worth fighting for. Micronesia has always been about community, about protecting the most vulnerable, about steering our canoe together through calm and storm. And today, we must steer with courage, vision, and heart, because without guidance, the canoe is lost. But with foresight, with love, and with action, we secure not just the future of our children, but the future of our islands. This is not just a debate. This is a call to protect what we hold most dear, the youth, the minors of the FSM. Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. Opponents, you have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Greetings, honorable judges, worthy proponents, esteemed audience, and everyone gathered here today. Today, we stand against the conflicting question, should the Federated States of Micronesia restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube? While the intent behind this proposal may be to protect our youth, we believe that such a blanket restriction is both misguided and counterproductive. First of all, social media platforms like Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube serve as vital tools for global connectivity, enabling the youth to engage with peers worldwide, fostering cross-cultural understanding and collaboration. In an increasingly interconnected world, these platforms provide chances for learning, creativity, and social interactions for young minds. Secondly, Restricting access infringes upon fundamental rights and suppresses the freedom of expression. Such measures have faced legal challenges in other jurisdictions, with courts highlighting concerns over potential violations of free speech rights. Third, implementing such restrictions undermines the role of parents and educators. It shifts the responsibilities of guiding the youths that are often unrealistic and counterproductive. Rather than to restrict access to social media, let us reform through education and urge you to vote in favor of not.
Thank you, opponents. Now we will hear main arguments, and we will begin with proponents' main argument, and you have 15 minutes.
Be resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18, including but not limited to Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We stand before you today not in opposition to technology, but in defense of our youth. We affirm this resolution with urgency and conviction. We agree with this resolution because restricting access to social media for minors is not about censorship. It's about protection, preservation, responsibility, foresight, and partnership with families and communities. Here are 10 compelling reasons backed by data, common sense, and cultural values that make our case not just strong, but urgent. Argument number 1, mental health risks. Social media has intensified depression, anxiety, and cyberbullying among teens. Over 50% of teens have been cyberbullied, many in silence. Depression, anxiety, and even suicide are on the rise due to social media pressures. According to Wikipedia.org, from 2014 to 2024, U.S. teen suicide rates increased by 56%, and teen girls' rates individually surged by 167%, coinciding with the rise of social media and smartphone use. In our island communities, where peace and unity are important, we cannot let our youth suffer silently behind screens. As Michelle Obama said, and I quote, "Our children are watching us," end quote. Let them see us protecting them. Let us restrict access to all online social media platforms for minor children under the age of 18. Argument number 10, faster than we can educate it. As King Solomon warned, and I quote, "Guard your heart above all else," end quote. Let us guard our youth, our minors, by restricting access to social media. Argument number 3, addiction that leads to negative academic performance. Social media is intentionally addictive. As we browse our respective social media accounts, we are all witnesses and evidences that a growing number of students in the FSM spend more time on TikTok, in YouTube, on social media than on textbooks. In schools like OLMCHS, teachers report a decline in attention and study habits. Teens admit to being online almost constantly. This robs them of study time, sleep, and academic focus. In the FSM, where educational tools are already limited, this is unacceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, we must set boundaries. Let us take care of our youth, our minors, by restricting access to social media. Argument number 4, reducing the spread of misinformation. When typhoon warnings, COVID-19 updates, and election news are buried by memes and fake videos, youth are most confused. Young people often struggle to identify misinformation online. A Stanford study found 82% of middle schoolers couldn't tell ads from news. In Micronesia, where truth is often passed through traditional leaders and church leaders, social media distorts clarity. As Mark Twain said, and I quote, "A lie can travel halfway around the world," end quote. Left unregulated, social media feeds confusion rather than truth and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear countrymen, let us ground our youth in truth. Let us take care of our youth, our minors, by restricting access to social media.
or Chuk Sueno.
We are a small island nation, and national data or an media access for minors equals to protect their use. How can a parent who tirelessly worked 8 hours a day find enough strength and time to monitor the social media use of their children? How can a mother in Onyapchuk without internet access be expected to install filters and monitor her child's usage? Many FSM parents want to protect their children but lack the digital tools. Many FSM families, especially in rural areas, lack the tools and tech know-how. National policy like restricting social media for minors does not replace parents. It reinforces their love with real practical support. National policy doesn't replace parents. It is reinforcing them. Last but not the least, argument number 10, negatively influencing religious and moral values. From Mateleni Mbombe to Tofo Koshai, church is central to life. But youth are increasingly exposed to online content that ridicules religion, undermines morality, and promotes atheism or materialism. This is not harmless exploration, it is dangerous distortion. Social media often exposes teens to values that contradict their faith. At a vulnerable age, unfiltered content can distort or displace their beliefs. Restriction allows their faith to form before it is shaken. Ladies and gentlemen, let our youth, let the minors strengthen their foundation in truth before testing it in the online storm. We do not oppose social media. We oppose risking our children's future. We are not afraid of connection. We are afraid of losing who we are. And we do not call for silence. We call for wisdom and foresight. As the Micronesian proverb says, and I quote, "Without foresight, the canoe will be lost at sea," end quote. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear Micronesians, my dear countrymen, let us not drift. Let us guide our canoe with courage, protection, and with love. Thank you.
For your rebuttal.
Thank you to our worthy proponents for their argument. We would like to first address the point that they made about how social media or technology online robs minors of their study time. People can actually take classes online, and it has been shown to be effective as it was during COVID. When COVID hit, a lot of Micronesians, just like the rest of the world, students, these restrictions ensure that the minors won't be affected by what technology and social media has brought when they have already been affected in the most vulnerable time of their lives, as we were when we were experiencing COVID, within and outside of the FSM. Another point that I would like to address that you had mentioned was national policy doesn't replace parents, it reinforces them. It says, oh, that is what you heard, that is what we heard. And we would like to ask, how can we guarantee that the same people, our parents, most of us who have legal guardians and probably don't have parents around, place technology into our hands? How can we guarantee that by putting this restriction, those same people that gave it to us are willing to take it away and actually help us build better futures for ourselves? How can we make sure that those same people that put us in the position that we are in are willing to help us move forward? This is a restriction for the for the nation, but how can we ensure that we will actually receive the help? Like, what are some specific solutions that you can offer that might help both the adults and the minors who might not understand what's happening, and adults who do understand the causes and the consequences of having social media? And another point is how Oh, another point that you mentioned was algorithms expose them faster to the harms of the world. However, we would like to ask what type of solutions do you have for like obviously algorithms expose minors to the harms of the dangers of the world, but there are other factors like environment where you are growing up and who raised you that can also potentially be a danger for you. Sometimes a lot of minors actually use social media as a distraction. So what do you have to say about that? Thank you. I yield my time back.
Thank you, opponents. And now, proponents, you have 3 minutes to respond to rebuttals.
Good morning, dear judges and everyone. Thank you to our dear opponents for their rebuttal of 3 of our 10 arguments. Please allow me to now respond and clarify. First, they rebutted our point of academic performance decline. However, I'd like to mention and assert that studies reveal a strong negative correlation between screen time and academic achievement. The temptation and distractions are engineered to pull students away from learning. Second, they've rebutted our point concerning national policy, which is our point that states empowering parents and not just leaving it to them. However, we like to assert that the government is expected by law to assist parents in protecting our minor, and with government assistance through policies like restrictions on social media, it is more strongly guaranteed for minors' safeties. Third, they've rebutted our point of exposure to dangers online. However, we like to say that even with monitoring, the sheer volume and algorithm-driven exposure makes harmful content nearly impossible to avoid. The system is too fast and fast. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just a debate about screen time. This is about what we are allowing to shape the hearts, minds, and futures of our youth. Social media is not a neutral tool. It is a machine precisely engineered to addict, to exploit, and to erode the very foundation of teenage well-being. It does not wait for maturity. It does not ask for permission. It seeps into their confidence, their joy, their sleep, and their safety. And yet we are told they should simply manage it. But we ask you, would you ask a drowning child to swim harder, or would you pull them out of the water? We, the affirmative side, choose to pull them out, not because we fear the future, but because we dare to fight for it. Let us stand with reason, with evidence, and most of all, with our teens, because if we don't, who will? Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. We will now hear the main arguments from opponents, and you have 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, parents, adults, aunties, uncles, honorable judges. Today, I stand here not only as a representative for the youth of the resolution, but also an advocator to not let this resolution pass. Having established the importance of the issue and our stance, we now delve into our primary arguments. Our first claim is that social media platforms are indispensable tools for global connectivity and social awareness. In the context of the Federated States of Micronesia, where geographical isolation can limit access to information and diverse perspectives, platforms serve as vital bridges to the outside world. With such exposure, the FSM youth occasionally connects to global cultures, educational content, and engage in worldwide conversations, thereby broadening their horizons and fostering a sense of interconnectedness. According to a survey of Pew Research Center of U.S. teens aged 13 to 17, it found that 80% felt more connected to their friends online, 71% that social media harms mental health. Studies have shown that social media can foster social connections with by positively impacting emotional well-being, especially for FSM. Moving on to our second claim. Passing this revolution infringes on the freedom of speech and expression. Specifically, in the article of the UDHR, or the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. The right includes to hold opinions without interference, to seek, impart information and ideas through any media, regardless of frontiers. A key figure to know is Greta Thunberg. In 2019, at the age of 16 years old, Greta Thunberg addressed the UN Climate Action Summit about the implications of climate change. Later on, the year after, in 2020, she won the 14 Shorty Awards, which honors the best of social media and digital figures. Washington Post also labels her as the enhancement of youth through social media platforms. Consequently, it fosters a sense of belonging. Evidence shows from Abbey Care organization, for kids who struggle to connect face-to-face, these online communities provide a sense of belonging. Social media is an essential part of modern communication in this day and age, where minors can express themselves. An outright limitation on social access will ruin their wealth of knowledge on educational content and current events. Restricting access might isolate children from important chances for learning and development. Take it, for example, DIY videos, or also known as do-it-yourself videos. Many kids today on TikTok know how to make foreign dishes which are not even part of their culture just by simply watching a 1.5-minute video on TikTok. Such exposure to such activity can influence kids to become more innovative and creative in this world. Passing on to our third point, it undermines parental rights and responsibility. Another evidence from Harvard study 2021 showed that parent-child discussions about online safety were more effective than restrictive controls. Instead of completely restricting social media access, there are some alternatives. For example, there is this parental guidance app. It is titled Bark, which parents receive notifications on what their child is doing online and where their child is at, or location-wise. Accordingly, recently in 2025, in the month of January to February, TikTok ban happened in the US. And because of that, majority of teens who found their place on TikTok felt the devastations. But as a result, even though that restriction took place, that ban was ineffective, because a few months later, that ban was removed. We cannot compare in order to compare larger nations to our nations, this restriction is unidealistic, especially for rural areas and non-rural areas. Take our islands, for example. The main islands of each state, they may have their pretty own good Wi-Fi and connection, but if you go out, especially in Chuuk, if you go out to the Mortlock Islands, they have poor infrastructure and barely even have Wi-Fi. So it is hard to assume that even kids living on these islands are at harm when communication is scarce, especially in this region. And moving on to my last point, reform over restriction. Teens use social media even when parents restrict it, even through alternate or VPNs, Pew Research Center affirms. Instead of pushing usage underground, which the resolution will do, it will be harder to monitor kids and what their current interests are, especially in this world, in this modern day. Instead, we should offer transparent and guided engagement through digital literacy classes that educates teens or minors on how to use social media effectively. With that being said, please consider not letting this resolution pass. Thank you.
Thank you, opponents. And now, proponents, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to our dear opponents for your four main arguments. However, we respectfully infringes on freedom of speech and expression. However, we do not accept their line of reasoning. FSM also has the legal obligation to protect minors from whatever they deem dangerous to the youth of the FSM. These rights have limits when it regards the safety, well-being, and protection of our children. Our opponents also mentioned that social media could isolate teens. However, what isolates teens more, being offline or feeling inadequate, bullied, addicted, and depressed while online? Inclusion should not mean exposure to harm. They also mentioned that restricting social media undermines parents' responsibility. However, we want to clarify that we are not saying to take away the parents' responsibility, but to enforce them and assist them through government aid. Our opponents also mentioned that restricting social media is unrealistic. However, digital literacy does not require TikTok or Instagram. Structured digital education in schools is safer, more effective, and less mentally harmful than addictive scrolling. Judges, the evidence is undeniable, the risks are real, and the urgency is now. While the opposition wraps dangers in the disguise of connection, we have unmasked the truth. Social media in the hands of teens is not just a tool, it's a ticking time bomb. We are not here to resist progress. We are here to protect purpose, preserve innocence, and champion the future. The affirmative team stands not just with arguments, but with conviction, clarity, and courage. Protect the youth, empower the truth. Restrict social media to minors. Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. And now, opponents, you have 3 minutes to respond to proponents' rebuttal.
First of all, I would like to thank the affirmative team for their rebuttal questions. So the first point that they brought up is that social media not only connects but disconnects, which fosters shallow interactions. Well, in the first place, communication is key, especially in this region. So with or without social media platforms, there will still be shallow interaction. It's just the same as saying there is this. It's just the same as saying there is discrimination in this place when there is always discrimination. The second point they brought up was that my point on the freedom of speech was lacking, and then there was a policy that could enact that or could support that. Well, if we truly consider the well-being of our youth, we should also consider social media, because unlike the other generations, the millennials and the boomers, this generation is known as Gen Z. And with its name, Gen Z, comes social media. A notorious name, but a name with also a sense of responsibility that could somehow encourage our youth, the Micronesian youth, to make use of such label. And then the other part was that inclusion only being included in social media for minors exposes to more harm. Indeed, there is no doubt that there is harm. but but either way, the child will, with, as I mentioned, with more parental guidance through apps and education, kids cannot be cannot be exposed to such harm. Correl- Correlation does not equal causation. Just because just because some kids or some minors are being affected anxiously on social media does not mean that that is the root cause. There are also other several underlying factors. Therefore, my team and I stand strong and firmly that this resolution should not pass. Instead of it being a ticking time bomb, it should be a burden that not only should the adults weigh on should that not only should the adults.
Honorable judges, respected moderator, esteemed audience, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we stood before you not as voices of rejection, but as voices of protection. We called not for prohibition, but for compassion, for guidance, for love in action. We reminded you that restriction is not rejection. It is the hand that pulls a child back from the edge of the cliff. It is the lighthouse in the storm. We showed you through 10 strong pillars that unrestricted access to social media is not harmless entertainment. It is a silent epidemic hurting the mental health, education, safety, culture, and future of our young people. We spoke of cyberbullying, addiction, radicalization, predators, cultural erosion, and lost childhoods. We spoke of families weakened, trust undermined, and young lives derailed by forces they are not yet equipped to fight. And we showed that, like a loving captain steering the canoe through dangerous waters, we too must steer with courage, with vision, and with heart. Micronesia's spirit has always been to protect the vulnerable, to build strong communities, and to sail forward together, not leave anyone behind to drown in unseen currents. So now we ask you, if we know the waters are dangerous, if we know the storms are real, if we know the sharks are circling, will we still cast our children into the sea alone? Or will we rise as a people, as one Micronesia, and choose to protect them? Today, we urge you, choose protection, choose wisdom, choose the future. Because a society that protects its children protects its soul. Thank you.
Thank you, proponents. Opponents, you have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
To summarize, restricting access to social media for the youth in the Federated States of Micronesia would not be the simplest or fastest way to protect them, but it would be the most effective way to isolate them. In a rapidly globalizing world where digital platforms are gateways to connection, education, and opportunity, as we all have experienced, cutting off access would only leave the Federated States of Micronesia's youth at a disadvantage. In brief terms, 1. Social media is not merely entertainment, it is a lifeline for young people in remote regions to build social awareness and connect globally, which was affirmed by Pew Research Center and World Bank. 2. Restricting platforms infringes on basic freedoms guaranteed under Article 19 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, the right to seek and share information across borders. For many young people, social media is their only real outlet for connection and creative expression, especially when our cultures also limit us. Third, these restrictions would shift the responsibility of learning and guiding the youth's digital experience and put it in the hands of adults who may not know as well as we do. Fourth, We should attempt to reform our nation with proper education for all the 4 states and enrich online spaces for the youth, where social media can become a safe space through education and regulation. Maybe in certain states they do not experience such regulations or desire for protection from harm, but there are still states within our 4 states that need that protection and those that don't. So we have to analyze all 4 of the states and what what our country is offering each of those states. Thank you. I yield my time back.
Thank you, opponents. That concludes both sides' case. And before we move down for questioning part, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a big round of applause for the Team Chuk 2 and Bombay 1 for a great presentation. At this time, I would allow the judges for questioning.
Thank you. I really appreciated the debates. I learned a lot today, and I can clearly see how much work you're putting into this. I am impressed. I wanted to ask a question, and I'm going to ask one to this side and the other side will have a similar question. But first, I'd like to ask Team Chuk. You were speaking of a country which had imposed a ban and then shortly thereafter removed the ban. Could you please recite for me that example? What country was that? What was the ban? And why did they remove the ban? What was the reason behind removing it? And then I'll be turning to the proponents here, and I'll be asking you, can you give me examples of countries that have them? Happened there, yeah. So feel relaxed to answer.
Okay, so thank you for that question. According to our team, what we know from our knowledge, we believe countries like China and India, whereas China has banned TikTok and they have an alternative app for their citizens. And for a big country like that, it is still in effect till today. As for India, they have also banned TikTok. And also, as a big country, we believe that it is very powerful that it is still in motion till this day. So
Thank you for your question. That was a really great question. To explain what my co-debater meant about the one-day ban, that was actually about the United States banning TikTok for a literal day. It was 24 hours, and then they lifted the ban within the next 24 hours. And based on what we had observed during that time with peers that had TikTok, people that were deleting it, people that were re-downloading it, we realized that they could have potentially placed that ban because TikTok was allowing minors and people to have an outreach and like sort of voice their own ideas. And what we observed was it is a possibility that they wanted to limit or control how much people were putting out into the world, like how much news that they were spreading. But when it turned out not to be successful, they lifted that ban because a lot of people actually targeted the ban and the people who placed the ban and weren't happy with it because over 3 million or 3 billion users of TikTok in this world use it for social networking and content creating, a way for them to express themselves in a free space, which is probably why they were upset. And it might not be the reason. We never really found out we never had a solid answer